I'm going to start off with just the overview of the workshop. Again, welcome to a new day and Monday. This will be the fun one where we actually look at the priorities City Council does and actually sets those. So if you look at your schedule, we will be working on, actually we'll be kicking off with a citywide SWOT analysis and goals presentation. I will actually be performing that. City Council members, you have a printout with all of that. It won't be on the screen, but you'll have the printout and I'll cover it off the printout. Next, we will move to the funding presentation, which is why you see Tina and Jonathan sitting there. They'll be covering our revenues, expectations, our expenditures, and even some optional fundings. I know that we have a lot of needs, and Tina will present some of the things that we can look at to help fund that here for this fiscal year. Then we will be moving on, of course, the morning break around 10:10. Moving on then to establish citywide priorities and goals. What I wanted to make sure we did for the overview of 2024 strategic priorities, I want to have each of the directors who is over each one of these areas. For infrastructure, we have Shane. Public safety, of course, we have both chiefs here to do their presentation. Economic development, Michael Dane will be presenting that. And then employee compensation, Veronica will be up here to kind of talk about what has been done for 2024 as we move forward into the new year. If you recall, for the longest time now, we've been concentrating as far as the strategic objectives or priorities that have been established by City Council. It's been years now that we've established infrastructure, public safety, and economic development as the top three areas that City Council has wanted to focus on, which is justifiably so. Those are the key areas that we are responsible for. This past year, the one that was added on there was employee compensation. So again, Veronica will be here to talk a little bit more about that. Next, we will be moving on to discuss and set the new strategic priorities. I'll have kind of a way to do that, kind of try to simplify it. We'll have the flip chart up here. We're going to go old school and start listing those things that City Council really feels are their priorities, especially based off of the presentations you've seen from the city staff, all the directors, myself. And I'm really excited to see what that's going to look like. After we establish those priorities, we will work on the goals specific to those priorities, and council members will just work through all of that together. This afternoon at 12:30, of course, we'll break for lunch at 12 o'clock. At 12:30, we'll have the animal task force will be here again to kind of do a quick presentation to kind of do a recap of the recommendations they made at the City Council meeting back in May 6th. And then we'll go into some discussions. We'll kind of consider their recommendations that they made. Gives you an opportunity to ask a little bit more in-depth questions about those recommendations. They put a lot of time into the recommendations. I know that they spent every week, they got together for 1 hour to 3 hours at a time. And they did that for about a month and a half, 2 months. So again, really excited to have their presentation on those items. And then from there, I'd like to make sure that we get direction from City Council as far as moving forward, what we'd like to do as it pertains to the animal services. With that, that's just a quick overview. And I want to go ahead and jump into the citywide SWOT goals and resources. As I mentioned a while ago, you have a printout of that in front of you. Council members, of course, Heather just reminded me a little while ago when you go to speak, make sure you're speaking into the microphone, make sure your microphone is on. And if you're not speaking, please turn your microphone off so we won't get some of that feedback. We kept getting some of that surge last week, so if you're not speaking, turn your microphone off. So I want to go ahead and kick it off with a SWOT analysis. Again, this is my view of what that SWOT looks like. And I did take into consideration some of those presentations that we had last week, and even a broader look at what our strengths actually look like, our weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. But I'll go ahead and kick it off with strengths. The first item that I have on there is city staff. We do have an experienced staff. It's a driven staff to get their job done. And we've talked about this. The only issue at this point is we have a lot of individuals that have been there for quite a while. So with that experience also comes the the threat of possibly losing these individuals in the near future. But regardless, city staff definitely is a strength for the city. Another strength is stable sales tax base. We've had a steady growth year over year, Tina. Jonathan, you've been submitting those numbers to us. They haven't been tremendous growth, but we'd see about 2 to 3% growth month by month. And we take a close look at that because sales tax revenues really helps to supplement. It's the second largest revenue source that the city currently has. So it's something that we watch very closely. We'll monitor that every month. And fortunately for us, for the past several years, we've had an uptick in sales tax revenues. Long-term water supply options. As mentioned in the discussion with Shane last week, we do have the West Texas Water Partnership between Abilene, San Angelo, and Midland. We've been working together now for 12, actually about 14 years. It was about about 6 months before I arrived here in San Angelo. The West Texas Water Partnership had already formed. So this group had been working to resolve or look at options available to us for a water source, and mainly groundwater is what we're looking at. As mentioned last week, Fort Stockton Holdings was the option explored and obtained, and that's something that we're moving forward right now with. Also, the Concho River Water Supply Project. It's a reuse project that is on the books or on paper. Basically, we have submitted the permits for that. One permit's been received. We're still waiting for the bed and banks permit on that one. But so again, that is a strength because we do have a view of what our water supply can look like here in the very near future. Public safety. Here in San Angelo, unlike other parts of the country, there's strong support for our public safety, our police officers and firefighters, and there's a high trust for them as well. So for us, that definitely is a strength. Economic diversity. We have a strong presence in healthcare, in education, in agriculture, manufacturing, military, logistics, and telecommunications. So there is some diversity there. I think we lean more strongly toward governmental organizations, but still there is diversity there in our community. You look at major employers. We have Shannon Medical Center, Goodfellow Air Force Base, Angelo State University. They're the anchor local employment. And as I talk about strengths, you'll also see these pop up again in other areas like threats and what have you. But for now, I do have them down as strengths because they are strengths for us. We have a low cost of living, or should I say a relatively low cost of living. It's around 5% below the national average with a lower housing median. Even though the cost of housing is going up, it's still a little bit lower than what you would see on the national average. Business-friendly climate. We have Texas state incentives, local economic development, streamlined processes. So we have the ability to really assist companies that may want to consider coming to San Angelo, or even as we recruit them, to be able to incentivize them and to help them with their processes coming through to San Angelo. We have strategic location and connectivity. We have central logistics hubs with highways, railway access, and a regional airport. The next one I had on here is recreation and things to do. Yeah, we hear from younger people that there's not anything to do in San Angelo, but they're pretty, there really is. We have the Riverwalk, the state park, we have the lakes in our area, arts and cultural venues like the museums and theaters here locally. So that's definitely a strength. Next one is a strong sense of community, a welcoming, cohesive, big, small town atmosphere. Pretty much, you do get that small town feel, but you have access to more things than small towns would have access to. Steady population growth, and Tina, I know people were pointing at you and saying, well, even though Tina said Tina didn't say that. Tina fought to say that actually, no, we've seen some growth. I have Shane sitting back there saying, how will we show a drop in our population when we've seen the number of meters going up, right? As far as water meters, a number of housetops going up. So there's a problem with that. But we do show at least about a 1% annual growth. And that sounds like a low number, but when you look at it since 2010, it's been at about 11.6% increase in the population. Cultural assets. We have an active arts district. We are the visual arts capital of Texas. We have Fine Arts Museum. We get about 90,000 visitors per year. We have a civic theater. So those are some of the strengths that I've listed on here. I do want to move on now to our weaknesses. We start off with salary disparity. Compared to peer cities, we're up to about 15% lower than those peer cities. Comprehensive plan. That's a major weakness that we currently have. It's outdated. We need to make updates to our zoning ordinances or thoroughfare. So those are things that, quite frankly, are a weakness at this point. Capital replacement shortfalls, underfunded capital replacement schedules. As the price of equipment continues to surge upward, and they've gone up quite a bit, and it's not just something minor, it becomes more and more difficult to try to keep up with the funding for the replacement of that equipment. So that definitely is a weakness for us. Infrastructure needs, roads, drainage, and streets system aging. That 80 million 10-year repair plan is concluding. We need to develop another plan that actually addresses the needs for infrastructure. Transportation limitations, there lacks interstate highway. That's something, Tom, that you'll be working on, or Karen, is something that I-27 is a project with the Porsche Plains that Brenda had been working on so diligently as well. But those are areas that we really want to make sure that we continue pushing forward with, but at this point, it really is a weakness. We have one of the bigger cities in the state of Texas, the third largest city in the state of Texas, doesn't have an interstate going through it. And that can be problematic for our future growth. School performance variability, mixed quality, some underperforming. Insufficient mid-range housing development often targets high-end. Middle income needs are underserved. Even the lower income are underserved. Extreme climate risks, scorching summers, droughts, wildfire, tornado threats. Those are always things that are a concern for our area. Move on to crime concerns. Property crime above average. I met with Chief Griffith last Friday, and we talked about that. We talked about how the challenges are very real for what they're trying to accomplish. So there's various areas that he discussed last week that we are underperforming when it comes to crime. We really want to make sure we do everything to lower that crime rate here in our community. I know the chief and his assistants have been working very diligently toward that. Declining revenues. We have a limitation set by state legislature. Without going to the voters, of course, has greatly impacted our property tax revenues. And when I say that, and Tina and I, and as far as the finance department, we've looked at what that's meant to the city of San Angelo. When you start reducing and limiting what the city can receive as far as sales tax revenues, mind you, as I said a while ago, that's the largest tax revenue source that we have. When you say, we're going to limit you to 3.5% year over year, and then they say, of course, the state legislators tell us, but we're not really limiting you 3.5% because you can take it to the voters. I'm sorry, we live in a community that's very conservative, and I'm very proud of that. But you're going to have a group that's going to say, no, we don't want an increase in our property taxes. So quite frankly, I think we're going to be stuck at that 3.5%. And that's the major challenge, because we've looked at what that's meant to us over the years. It's cost us millions upon millions of dollars for things that we could have used that money definitely for some of the needs that we have in our community. But because of that limitation, we're there. And we'll have to discuss here in the future, as far as some of the things that we need to do to shore up the city. One of the things we need to talk about is, do we really need to address our property tax revenues a little bit more aggressively? I have always felt that we need to be super conservative in everything we do as far as our budgeting. I know Tina's approach, the finance department's approach the same way. But we may have to take a step back, and when we start planning for our needs, is what we have to do to make sure that we have the monies necessary. So then we move on to opportunities, grant opportunities. That's always a big one for us, whether they're state, federal grants. We're always pursuing those. We're very fortunate that we have staff that's always on the lookout, constantly looking for ways to bring in those additional money so we can leverage some of the funds that we don't have, right? So again, that's always a great opportunity for us. Water expansion is another opportunity. As I mentioned a while ago, Contra River reuse project and other water supply expansion opportunities are there. And quite frankly, they're not just there. We're reaching out for them. We're going after them. Technology deployment. Mayor, I heard you last week say it several times, do more with less. And so part of the,
So let's just hold on. I used that statement too much last week. I have heard from people, I've heard from fellow councilmen, everything. I over-abused that statement. I came down here this morning, I went to a meeting we had at 7. I see Street and Bridge out there already busting pavement prior to 7 a.m. to fix things. We're limited. People are our number one asset, but I want everybody to understand, I'm going to walk that statement back. Our number one focus is our people to be able to accomplish what we need to accomplish. And I was hoping in a lot of that statement with the utilization of AI and other things that we can do more, all right? I'm not saying we need to do more with less when it comes to people. People are value assets. So I get that statement, and for any of y'all that heard that and wanted to beat me up over it, I get it, and you're rightfully so. But we have an outstanding group, and we have done more with less for several years in a row. It's time we work on trying to get this thing a little bit more balanced to where when I went through 17 pages of notes from last week's Tuesday, Wednesday, I think all of them except one talked about shortage of staff and people.
Yeah.
I don't know what we can fund out of vacancies, but long story short, I want our focus is, it's kind of like an airplane. You know, it's got to be good from the inside out. You don't put on your other mask until your mask is right. All right, so long story short, I just wanted to walk that back early today. That way I don't have to wear a bulletproof vest or anything as I go out and migrate to my car later. But everybody's done an outstanding job with what they have. We need to look at giving them the assets to move forward with that, and then we're going to put some challenges and some initiatives forward to make that an easier task.
Mayor, thank you for that explanation. I know that the staff here, I've always seen you as supportive of staff. You know, so when you said doing more with less, I didn't take it to mean that, you know, we're not doing enough, we should do more with less. I didn't take it that way. So what
I get it. No,
yeah,
this was all on me.
yeah. No, the way that I took it was basically, as mentioned here, that's why it's listed under technology development, right? We do. I think if anything, as a staff, we do understand that we talked about the pay, that we want to make sure that we get on par with what our sister cities look like. But in order for us to accomplish that, we also have to be really careful with those FTEs. We don't want to blow up the FTEs. We want to still keep them down here. How do we do that? We do it through technology as well. There's software out there. There's certain things that y'all talked about last week that we could be using. Then let's use that to become more efficient and still keep our FTEs a little bit lower. The lower the number of FTEs, the better chance we have of really adjusting those compensations so that everybody gets paid what they truly deserve. So Mayor, we understood what you're trying to, at least I understood what you're trying to say. So on our end.
Mixed reviews, all right?
Yes, sir.
Mixed reviews.
But with that, that's why I have it listed under technology deployment, though, okay? All right. Next item is the public-private partnerships. I have listed on here the airport, industrial parks, and other projects, quite frankly, that we'll be exploring as well. We want to make sure that we leverage our funds. We do everything we possibly can because we are limited in certain areas, and we want to make sure that whatever help we have out there, because the public partnerships doesn't just benefit the city, it also benefits that private entity that actually moves in there to invest in what we're trying to accomplish. Expanding housing options. There's plenty of buildable lots available. Just prioritizing affordable and mid-range construction is something that is an opportunity for us. Attract manufacturing and trade. Rail connectivity and industrial parks, ideal for new business. I know that's something that economic development does promote and try to get that new industry in here as well. Enhance tourism. Leverage the Riverwalk, the rodeo, arts events to boost visitor economy. So there's more that can be done with tourism. The leverage Goodfellow Air Force Base, continued the DSIP program. We've been working with Goodfellow Air Force Base for the longest time in partnership to come up with ways to help each other out. And we've got more agreements signed than any other air force in the United States, so we're very proud of that. But the DSIP really is the Defense Community Infrastructure Program. We work together to come up with ways to fund certain infrastructure that we have that'll not just help, that'll not just only help Goodfellow Air Force Base, it'll help the city of San Angelo as well. Strengthen education, workforce link, tie Angelo State and Howard College programs to local industry. We've done that to some degree in the past, but there's more that can be done in that area. Upgrade infrastructure, invest in roads, transit, broadband to attract employers and residents to our community. Boost cultural scene, build on museum success and art center to attract creative industry to our area as well. Renewable energy projects, open land, sunshine ideal for solar and storage. And we've seen some of those projects come into our area. So again, those are definitely available. Address service deficits, improve consumer offerings to retain local spending. And this one, what I mean by this one is at times we get calls and we get citizens that are saying, we would really love to have a, you know, when you hear Papa Do's, that's not going to happen, not here in San Angelo, but other. It's one of my favorite places, but I say that as an extreme example. But you have citizens that really would like to see more offerings here in our community, and that's possibly something that that's an opportunity for economic development, for a way to really bring more of that to our community and keep our citizens spending here locally, but also bring others into our community to spend here locally as well. Promote remote work migration. So this is affordable, scenic. We have an affordable, scenic city, ideal for telecommuting professionals. So why not promote that? I mean, we do have an ideal city. If you'd like to move to San Angelo and you're working from home, you're telecommunicating, or you're working on. There's a lot of businesses now that are moving toward allowing for people to work from home. So why not recruit those individuals to our community? They'll be here spending money here in our community. So that's something that, quite frankly, we need to take a closer look at. Let's look at our threats. The revenue cap, my goodness, I can't emphasize this enough. State imposed 3.5% revenue cap on property tax without voter approval. I still look at that, and the reason I look at that as a threat, this is from the outside, right? And we talk about internally, we look at strengths and weaknesses. Externally, we look at threats and opportunities. Threats, really, I mentioned revenue cap on there because it's already established, but our state legislators go into session every 2 years. And quite frankly, every time they go into session, we really worry. It's not just the city of San Angelo, but most municipalities in the state of Texas are really worried. So, oh, no problem. We worry because we don't know what is going to be implemented, what law is going to go into effect that's going to really touch on our services, our ability to provide services. So again, for us, that's always going to be a threat. Municipal cost index. The city of San Angelo and municipalities throughout the country, we look at what we call the municipal cost index. What does it cost us to provide services? What is our inflationary rate? Well, typically, the municipal cost index, it ranges around 4.5%. That's how much it goes up for municipalities. As I mentioned a while ago, we've been limited to 3.5% on revenues year over year on those property tax revenues. So that's not even enough to cover the inflationary rate. And that becomes very problematic for us. Workforce threats as retention challenges in public safety and skilled trades as well. It's really easy to lose positions to other communities, other areas because of our inability to pay what we should be paying. Economic vulnerability, oil and gas and military funding fluctuations could hit local economy hard. So whenever, we always look at BRAC for the Air Force, when they start talking about closing down bases, we worry about that. That'd be a tremendous impact in the negative way if Goodfellow Air Force Base went somewhere else. So we're so dependent on what they bring to our community, not just, economically, what they bring to the community is tremendous, but you look at the oil and gas industry as well. Whenever we have a drop in oil price, you have rigs going down because they're not hiring. You have folks that no longer have the spending capacity. like they normally have. I really enjoy seeing individuals from Odessa Midland here in our community on the weekend. They go back to Odessa Midland, that's a good thing, but they come to our community and they spend money here locally. So we appreciate that, and we know that whenever the oil field goes down, then it impacts us as well. So that is something that's a threat for us. We look at climate and disaster risk. I talked about that a while ago. Tornadoes, wildfires, heat waves threaten safety and infrastructure. Brain drain, losing talented individuals to leave for better wages in larger areas or other communities in our that compete with us. We have commuter leakage, which is residents shop work outside due to lack of services. We talked about an opportunity for services here in our community that we definitely would like to pursue. School and crime image, negative perception may deter families and businesses. I don't want to elaborate too much on that, but I think it's pretty straightforward. Housing affordability, again, tightening, rising high-end prices, leaving middle class squeezed, and the individuals at lower income level really don't have any true options either. Infrastructure backlog, funding delays could degrade roads, water, and et cetera. And that's something that, quite frankly, from the very get-go, that we've been focused on is making sure that we truly address infrastructure, that we never kick the can down the road. My first year here, I've said this over and over. The first year here, I sat down with Ricky Dixon and Shane Kelton, and I asked, is this correct? I think we had like $680,000 budgeted for streets back then. And that's a drop in the bucket. You're not going to get anything done with that. And what happens when you kick the can down the road, you start saying, we're going to hold off on funding this area because we really need the money for something else. Infrastructure, I'm sorry, you cannot kick the can down the road on infrastructure. It has to be done year over year. Now, I'm very proud that we allocate a good portion of money toward infrastructure every year, but that's something that, quite frankly, we cannot allow to fall by the wayside. And quite frankly, there's still a lot more that can be done with infrastructure. Even with what we've done, it's been nice, but there's more that needs to be done, though. Regional competition, neighboring hubs, Midland, Odessa, even DFW attract businesses away at times. We have to be creative in how we do our economic development, our recruitment, because we don't have the monies to compete when it comes to incentivizing. We don't have the type of monies that Odessa, Midland, for instance, have compared to what Sanangelo has. 28% of the monies that come in on sales tax revenues actually go toward economic development. So you compare that to a city like Odessa, Midland, where 100% goes toward their recruitment, toward economic development, and you know that we're at a disadvantage. So what do we need to do to make sure that we address that disadvantage? We have to be more creative. We have to come up with different ways of truly addressing economic development that perhaps haven't been looked at in the past. And that's something I'll touch on a little bit later on as well. Tourism dependence, event tourism reliance. Chief, are you okay back there? Okay. No problem. Tourism dependence, event tourism reliance, vulnerable to economic swings or weather as well. So again, tourism, economic development, we talk about the needs that we have from the revenue standpoint. That's why City Council has focused on economic development these past several years. But again, as economic development brings in more business to our community, it brings in more revenue to our area as well. So that's something that, again, I really feel is vital and key that we focus in on, continue focusing on as well. Moving on to strategic goals, first year goals. I had quite a few, quite frankly, that I wanted to make sure that I put out there. I didn't want to just limit it to 5 or 6 or 7. I wanted to make sure I talked about the goals that I really feel that we should be looking at for the first year. Financial reliance, number 1, begin a cost service studies and implement city service fee increase to better align revenue and service delivery cost. In other words, we're providing a service to our community. We have to be breaking even. For whatever service we provide, we cannot be supplementing because we are short in charging what we should for those fees. We can't be supplementing from the general fund because that really takes away from areas we should be really prioritizing the monies towards. So again, if there's a fee provided for a service, then we have to, at the bare minimum, cover the cost for that service. What is the cost that's provided? Let's make sure that we receive that cost. Streamline development, break down any silos, and we heard about that last week. We went and met, I know that Rick and I had a good meeting, we met with some staff as well to get a little bit more clarification on what that looks like. So we want to make sure that whatever's out there is shorn up and fixed immediately. And consolidate permitting processes across planning, engineering, fire, and health using a unified digital platform. And yes, even employee placement. Where do we put these employees so they can work more efficiently together? So those are things immediately from just last week's meeting that we sat down and started talking about to ensure that we can start implementing that as soon as possible. Employee compensation, implement a compensation study and make initial adjustments towards closing the 15% pay gap with peer cities. We do understand that it's not something that happens overnight. We're not asking for employees to get paid 15% increase overnight. We do understand that everything has to be planned for, everything has to be phased in, but all we are looking for is to ensure that there's progress made toward getting us to whatever goal we establish for that. Infrastructure design launch. Initiated key design phases for water infrastructure, like the Concha River permitting. We've already started that process. We've already working through all of that. The airport water pressure fix, drainage studies that need to be updated as well. 5, public safety staffing. Began hiring for critical San Angelo Fire Department and San Angelo Police Department vacancies. Launched the Swift Water Rescue Team that we heard about last week, and filled specialized positions with SAPD. So those are going to be key ones. I know the more and more that I meet with the chiefs, and more that I truly do understand the challenges that they're faced with, I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to address that. Technology inventory. Focus on technology that will make each department more efficient and effective. Analyze continuing costs. We have to make sure that if we do look at technology, a lot of times it's not just that one-time cost. There is a continuing cost that comes in the form of maintenance fees that we get for some of the software that we take a look at. So we want to make sure that we're accounting for all of that as well. But again, the technology inventory will give us an opportunity to take a look at how we can work more efficiently in each department. Sometimes the question becomes, well, we buy the technology, does that mean you can reduce your staffing? I'm going to tell you right now that if you compare, because we've done this compared to other cities, we compare very, very favorably when we look at our department by department as far as the staffing. We're not talking about reducing more staffing, we're talking about making the staff more efficient. If there is an area, quite frankly, that we take a look at and we know that the technology can really improve upon to the point of reducing staff, then absolutely, then we'll definitely consider doing that. But right now, what we would love to see is to allow the staff, and I'll say this again, Mayor, to allow you to do more with less, but again, without the stress connected with just doing more and more, to have something that'll help you become more efficient will make your job a lot more tenable. So we want to make sure we take a look at that. Service audits. Again, conducted service review to determine which can be reduced. There's quite a few services that the city provides. Do we need to be providing all the services? Should we take a look at other entities outside of the city that could provide the services? And those are things that, quite frankly, cost us money. So those are things that we need to take a look at and say, do we need to be providing all these services, or can we reduce these? It always goes back to the cities. What are our core services? Why is it the city exists? Well, we exist for certain core services that we provide to our citizens, and we need to make sure that we're doing those. Anything outside of those core services, we need to ask the question, should we be providing it? Why are we providing it to begin with? And can we reduce these? The economic development expectations. I say address a more aggressive economic development program with a keener focus on recruitment of new business and industry, and the BREP program, Business Retention and Expansion Program, encouraging local businesses to participate in the program and grow. There's talk about, we do have a contract with the Chamber. As far as the services, they provide certain recruitment services, they actually provide the BREP program. I'd love to be able to see, I hear a rumor or a discussion of needing more money for that program. I don't have an issue with budgeting more money for the chamber, for economic development, only if it's justified. How do we justify that increase in funding? We need to be able to see something in return for that. So again, from a creative standpoint, what can we do to shore up and become better at recruiting industry to our community? But more so, we have a lot of businesses here locally that quite frankly are committed and loyal to our community that we should be approaching and asking them, we hear that you're interested in growing your business. We're here to help. Help us do that for you. You know, I don't see enough of that. And I think the BREP program is going to be really big for our community and showing our loyal businesses that we're loyal to them as well, that we want to do everything we can to assist them also. Future infrastructure, develop a new funding plan to address future infrastructure projects. I just talked about, we're at the tail end right now of our 10-year plan, $80 million plan. We need to come up with a different plan that truly addresses our ability to pay for that, and to make sure that it's not something that we put ourselves in hot water and we start borrowing more money and we just can't afford it. We want to make sure we develop a plan that quite frankly addresses that infrastructure and a way to pay for it without it hurting the city financially. Skyrocketing vehicle equipment costs. Develop an in-depth plan to address vehicles and equipment replacement as prices continue to surge upward. Again, much higher than the 3.5% per year that I've been talking about. And I can't harp on that enough because that's so upsetting. From a financial standpoint, there really was something that hurt the city. Number 11, employee incentive program. Fine-tune and present a list of options for employee incentives to assist in supplementing a phased-in pay plan. Last week, I heard a little bit about some of the options that perhaps we could be looking at. 4-day work week, 4 10-hour work days. There's different options we could take a look at that makes it a little bit better for staff, even though if we can't do the 15% pay increases, there are other things we can do actually to help supplement that and to help show the employees that we really truly do value them. And we'd love you to stay and continue working with us. This is what we're going to do for you. So we need to make sure that we take a closer look at not just the pay part of it, the compensation part of it, but also how can we incentivize employees to stay with the city of San Angelo and show them that we really do appreciate everything that they're doing for us. Succession plan. Research and implement a succession plan that fits the needs of the city of San Angelo. We've had some changeover in the HR department. I know that's something that Brian was tasked to do, to start working toward that. I know Veronica and I have had a conversation as well. That's something that we'll be looking at much more closer. But my goal is for this first year, to have one in place that, quite frankly, really fits what San Angelo is trying to do. That covers 1-year goals. 3-year goals. Infrastructure funding program. Create a revolving debt funding mechanism for infrastructure, including a street maintenance fee structure. We've talked in the past about the street maintenance program. Cities like Abilene and other cities across the state of Texas now charge a fee for the use of the roadways. That's something that we had explored in the past, and that's something that, quite frankly, we need to take a closer look at again to see how this plays into our funding, our plans for that funding. So again, that's something that I definitely want to make sure we reintroduce in there. The comprehensive plan overall. Yes, sir.
I want to ask a little bit about the street maintenance fee. In the context that it was moved forward to council, that was a process that included every business. Nonprofits were also included.
That is correct.
So if you look in assessed what markets that would cover, it was all of them. Mm-hmm. If a street went by your house, but it was tiered in a level to the residential cost was minimal.
Correct.
But for those that are government entities or nonprofits in this town that have a high use of our street and bridge, it would address them at a level closer to their volume, correct?
Mayor, that is correct. As a matter of fact, you look at a lot of the businesses locally, there's businesses, quite frankly, that put a little bit more wear and tear on our streets. You know, they use bigger vehicles. But we look at nonprofits as well. One thing that we've always, it's always been troubling for me is that everyone uses our roadways. use our infrastructure, that should be something that should be paid for, not just by the taxpayers of our community, but anyone that's using our roadways should be paying that. That includes nonprofits as well. And that's why Mayor, you're correct, that's why we took a look at that and said, hey, we implement this, we want to make sure that we capture all the users of our infrastructure, of our roadways, and make sure that that we take everybody to task and say, hey, these are being used, and we want to make sure that we have safe streets for you to drive on. It's embarrassing, quite frankly, if you're recruiting industry to our community from an economic development standpoint, if they drive around, they see roadways that aren't up to par. We're asking you to come and invest in our community. We can't even invest in our own community. That sends the wrong message, but yeah, absolutely, that's something we have to take a look at. The comprehensive plan overhaul, that is year 3, and I have heard enough that I know, and I don't mean I have heard enough, but I have, I think that if anything, it is a priority that we should have, because we have an outdated comprehensive plan, one that was updated back in 2014. But really, we need to take a whole look at all of it and start from the get-go and take a look at how our community has grown, how it's changed, and what our expectations are for the future. And we have to make sure that we address all of that, and the comprehensive plan overall is a way to do it. So complete and adopt a new 20-40-year comprehensive plan, a master thoroughfare plan as well, and zoning ordinance revisions. That's going to be key for us. Number 3, business retention and recruitment. Launch a full-scale business retention and expansion program and continue improving industrial park infrastructure. Again, I emphasized the BREP a while ago. There has to be a lot more emphasis on BREP. We need a lot more done in that area. So I know that there can be done, a lot more done, and we need to. Fire facility. We've talked about last week the construction of fire station number 9 to address growth and address that ISO. We currently have that ISO 1 rating. There's a threat that could drop to a 2. We need to have more discussion on that, though, and really kind of formulate a plan for how that's going to look like. And it'd be nice if we could really develop a plan that allows us to have the facility in place in 3 years, but there's going to be more discussion on that. But again, that is one of those goals that I have. Real-time crime center, and you heard the chief talk about this last week. Develop and staff a real-time crime center to enhance proactive policing and regional intelligence sharing. The chief and his assistants are all about technology, about how to become more efficient, how to gather information more quickly, how to disseminate that information, how to make use of that information. The real-time crime center is one of those areas that he's emphasized enough to me that I think it's really something important that we should be gearing toward. Water supply, secure long-term water for Lake Nasworthy and the airport. Address the system's pressure for fire suppression. We've already started taking a closer look at that, but that's something that needs to be implemented and rolling in by year 3. Year 5 goals, a sustainable infrastructure investment, improve upon a citywide preventative maintenance program for streets, water, drainage, and fleet, leverage an asset management platform that can help us do that. Police facility. That facility is very old, Chief. I think that you stressed upon last week that they've been talking about this in 70, 80, 1990. It's been a long time coming. We need to develop a really good plan to make that happen. And that's part of that 5-year goal, that we need to make sure that we have a brand new police facility in place. And what that looks like, we don't know. It could be a brand new building. It could be a building that we found that we rehabbed and made it really work for us. It could be so many different ways to take a look at that. We look at Abilene and what they built out there. Actually, they bought a home box store that had closed down and converted that to a police station. It's serving them very well. So again, in our area, we want to do everything we can to make sure that we address that police facility. Water supply expansion, fully operationalize the Concha River water reuse, and strong progress towards Fort Stockton Holdings water. These are key. On paper, we're looking pretty good as far as our future for water, but I don't want it on paper. It needs to be something that we're currently working on, something that we're actually achieving, and that's something that needs to be done by year 5. We want to make sure that we have secured that bed and banks permit, which, by the way, we should be, Shane, receiving by mid-July as far as a draft permit, and start working toward really securing that water supply. A competitive workforce system in place by year 5, achieve full market alignment for employee compensation, and reduce vacancy burnout through improved succession planning and HR technology. Economic diversification, position San Angelo as a hub for data centers, aviation, and light manufacturing through airport, industrial park build-out, and workforce alignment. There's quite frankly more that can be added to year 5 and year 3. We can talk about that as we march toward that here later on. But again, those are some of the key areas that I wanted to make sure we addressed. The rest of it, quite frankly, hold on. I want to make sure that. Okay, I'm doing good. The rest of it is the required resources that I've listed on there for years 1, year 3, and year 5. And quite frankly, what we did with the staff, I went through there and took a look at what would be required in order for us to accomplish some of these goals. A lot of it is going to be the city council and city management working closely together. It's going to be departments working very close together as well to make sure that that communication is excellent, that we have the ability to implement what we have planned for. And there's just a lot there. As far as the financial resilience, we look at year 1, service fee increases, cost of service studies. We could very easily do it, and I talked about the prophet has no honor in his own hometown. A lot of times, if you hire a consultant to come in and do a cost of service study, that actually bodes much better probably with the citizens when they say, or the people or the entities paying for those fees can know that it wasn't just something that was done internally. We had a professional come in and do the assessment on that. So that's something that we could take a look at. Legal and counsel support for ordinance changes, communication staff for public outreach, financial modeling tools, and staff time would be required in order to make that happen. Streamline development, break down any silos, unified permitting system, citywide permitting software, which was addressed last week, cross-departmental training, IT and GIS support, and staff time for business process mapping. And that mapping really truly shows where our shortfalls are, where the bottlenecks are, and what we need to do to make sure we can be more efficient. Employee compensation, we need that compensation study and initial adjustments. That'll be about $150,000 for a classification and compensation study. The Human Resource Information System, the HRIS implementation budget is about $160,000 for phase 1. The human resources and finance collaboration, these are 2 departments that have to work very closely together, which they do already, but especially for this implementation will be really critical for us. And then City Council commitment to phase-in plan. Before infrastructure design launch, water at airport, Nasworthy drainage contra permit. We'll need engineering design consultants, TCEQ coordination for bed and banks permit. We've already, I think, made good strides on that. Water utility and engineering staff working together to make this launch work. Budgeted capital planning funds as well. And then moving to public safety staffing. San Angelo Fire Department internal funding. We already have, as mentioned, about the Swift Water Rescue Team. We have equipment in place. It's just a matter of funding for the staffing as well. San Angelo Police Department recruiting and onboarding funds. Current funds that we have are funds that we can allocate toward the recruitment for some of the needs that they have. Grant applications. You saw an item at the City Council last time for the SAFER grant, and that's applying for grants that allow us to hire more public safety officers and get assistance from the feds initially. The SAFER grant, for instance, pays 75% of the cost for the first year and the second year, and then 35% for the third year. So that really saves the city money on areas that we needed anyway. that we were going to have to move toward hiring regardless. So that's going to be something that's key for us. The 3-year goals: required resources, infrastructure funding program, revolving fund, and street fee. As I mentioned a while ago, we need council support for debt issuance or dedicated fees, finance and legal staff to structure a program, capital planning and budget office staff, and public engagement and legal reviews. Comprehensive plan overhaul, about 600,000. Aaron, if you're out there, that's about right? Yes, sir? All right. We got 600,000 for consultant planning services, cross-departmental teams working together, planning, GIS, public works, and anyone and everyone that needs to be working together will be there. Community engagement campaign. This doesn't happen without engaging the community to make sure that we have their support, that we have their input, and what we want to do moving forward with that comprehensive plan. And then council champions and public hearings. So, business retention and recruitment. Updated chamber contract with KPIs. In other words, in a way to really measure their success and make sure that we're really getting our money's worth. Costa DC staff and economic development team working closely together. Industrial park infrastructure funding with grants or with local funds, and data and marketing tools that are necessary to make it happen. Then we look at real-time crime center. Chief, there's something again that you presented. It's about $1.5 million for equipment, software, and space. 3 to 5 full-time personnel, interagency MOUs and IT integration, and grant writing support. The one thing that stood out in my meeting with the chief on Friday is we call ourselves a quality of life community. We can't be a quality of life community if we have, for instance, this is one area when we talk about public safety, that our crime rate's a little bit higher to the cities we compare to. In some instances, much higher. We can't have that. And so we really need to make sure that we dedicate funding to make sure that the police department has what it needs to do its job and to be fair with them, because we can't have crime rates continuously go up when I know that they're putting forth their best effort, but not enough resources are there and available. So we want to make sure that we address that. We cannot be one of the highest crime rate cities compared to our sister communities. We just can't do that. 5-year goals require resources. Number 1, sustainable infrastructure investment. That's with preventative maintenance and asset management software to really closely monitor the changes that we're making to our infrastructure and recording those changes to make sure we come back around and maintain those areas within a certain time frame. Streets, stormwater, fleet, and utility maintenance funding, GIS and condition assessment tools, interdepartmental maintenance planning team. Again, a lot that can be done within those 5 years if we just we're smart about it and we put it together in a manner that doesn't cost the city too much money, but does at least give us the funding to really address the needs that we have. Police and fire facilities, I already talked a little bit about that as far as fire station number 9, and also the police station, what it's going to take to really fund that. And again, it's going to be imperative for us that if we're going to be building those facilities, that we're also manning them, and that we look for ways to really pay for that without us having to cover the full cost itself. Water supply expansion, the Concha River reuse, the airport pressure upgrades. We need water rights acquisition and permits consultants, engineering, construction, and pressure modeling. We need state and federal funding through the Texas Water Development Board. We have multi-agency coordination, and we got to ensure that that's going on. Number 4 is competitive workforce system. We've talked a lot about that. I won't go into too much detail. The full HRIS implementation, sustained funding for pay plan adjustments, succession planning, resources, and leadership training, and market analysis every 3 to 5 years to make sure that we truly are maintaining and staying where we should be. And then number 5, economic diversification and growth, data centers, aviation, and workforce alignment. So the Costa DC infrastructure and marketing fund in place is something that Costa DC works on. Airport and industrial park expansions, utility upgrades to electricity, water, and even broadband. Workforce training partnerships with Howard College and ASU. So these were some of those areas, quite frankly, that you look at when you start looking at goals and you start talking about, in order for us to accomplish these goals, what is it going to take? There's a lot that the city of San Angelo needs to accomplish. And it's going to take a lot of planning. It's going to take a lot of hard work. It's going to take a lot of efficiencies. It's going to take it's going to take us taking a step back and reevaluating and looking at how we can better do this, and how, to have the action steps to make that happen, to have the KPIs in place, to be able to better measure whether we're meeting with success or not. So these are all those key areas. So again, that is, my presentation for the citywide goals. And again, I don't know if you have any questions. I think I hit it right on time, 3 minutes off. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Tina looks like she's raring to go, though. So with that, then we're going to move on then to the revenues and expense discussion, and also maybe some optional funding that we need to consider. With that, Tina, it's your show, ma'am.
Daniel, did you have anything on this first slide? Did you want me to go past it to my presentation and come back?
Yeah, she put up there.
Okay.
That's what we got, so.
Okay. So this slide is just showing the 3 taxing entities. Of course, the city, county, and school districts set the tax rates, and then the appraisal district sets property values at market valuations. The separation of power ensures that there is not one entity solely responsible for setting the property tax bill. For property tax, 23% of our base is commercial properties and 68% is residential. The remaining 9% is personal property tax. Of course, most cities have a higher commercial base than we do, which lessens the burdens on the citizens and the property tax rate. Of course, we seek to increase the commercial tax base through our efforts in economic development and adding commercial properties into the tax roll. And the residential tax base can be increased by infill development of vacant lots, again, reducing pressure on the tax rate.
Tina, I think that's important to really emphasize, right, that the more commercial businesses that we bring into San Angelo, the lower the impact on the residential property taxpayer. Because right now, that burden's pretty high. We want to make sure that we reduce that burden by bringing those businesses to our community, or expanding upon the current business as well.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely. So the current property tax rate is 0.7544 per $100 valuation. FY25 valuations were certified at $7.7 billion. And our tax levy at 98% collection rate was $57 million, which represented a 3.3% increase in valuations. Of that property tax revenue, about almost $10 million of that went for debt service, $544,000 went to the street infrastructure fund, and the remainder went to M&O. And of course, there's also amounts that go to the tiers, about $1.2 million in the south zone, and about $1.3 million went to the north zone. Those amounts actually do include the part that comes from the county as well. New improvements this year were up $90 million. From very preliminary estimates from the appraisal district, we're looking at about $125 million in new properties added to the roll for this next year. And this is showing a breakout of that property tax rate. Maintenance and operations represents 0.6178 of the tax rate. 0.0072 goes to the street infrastructure fund, and our debt rate was 0.1294. We do, of course, expect an increase to the debt service rate because of the Coliseum bond referendum that was passed by the voters. When we first talked with Vince and our financial advisors about that, they expected a 4.7 cent increase to the tax rate related to the Coliseum bond issue. With preliminary, very preliminary, I will reiterate that valuations, it looks like it'll have a little less pressure on that tax rate because valuations are going to increase a little more than what they had used as a pretty conservative estimate when they did those, ran those numbers for us. Yeah. You want to go back?
Just hold right there. Of our rolling debt, do you have a percentage or just an idea of what we get rid of, say, over 5 years? How much we decrease that, if any of all of those things that are coming due? I know we have certain bonds and things that have come due. None of that has a close future. Is that all a distant 15, 20 years before the majority of that goes away? I'm like talking, we did what, 120 million in streets, and there's several things we funded. Do any of those go away in the near future?
No.
Okay.
Not in the near future. We did keep a placeholder in our debt structure, and we have kept this for many years, of $25 million in that tax rate, just in case we have something come up, that a larger capital project that we needed to fund. We also keep a placeholder in there for $2 million in the event that we decide to move our equipment replacement program into a rolling debt every other year type program. But with that, that's kind of what our capacity is right now.
Okay.
And like I said, even with those placeholders in our debt structure, we still expect the rate to increase a little less than what we had originally thought for the Coliseum.
I just think people need to understand, we have not done a lot of things historically, and we have gotten behind what we've done to take our debt. A lot of those bonds are 20-year bonds, and I think the last road when we did, wasn't that a 30 million?
Some of them are 25-year bonds too,
Right.
yeah.
And so we're looking at those, we still have that burden for another 20.
The last street bond issue we did was 20 million.
Okay.
Yeah, which was more than what we had been doing, but we were able to do it because we had the capacity at that point, so.
Cool. All right, thank you.
You bet. No, that was the last one out of the 5. Of course, this is just showing sales tax. Of course, sales tax is 8.25%. 6.25% of that goes to the state. 1% comes to the city's general fund. 0.5% goes to the development corporation, and the other 0.5% goes to the county. For sales tax revenue, we're currently over budget by $624,000 as of June. Our year-to-date collections, like Daniel mentioned earlier, up by 3.36%. And then projected marginal revenue for sales tax for the current year, by the end of the year, we expect to have almost $1.5 million in excess of budget. This chart's just kind of showing budget and actuals for sales tax. And then our month-over-month trends for the same, for the sales tax over the last couple of years as well. And now we'll get to the numbers. Property tax is where we would expect it to be at this point in the year at 96% of collections. Sales tax, again, over budget, we're at 72% of what we had budgeted. This is at 67% through the year, just to give you some context. Alcohol and bingo tax is just about on target. Bingo tax is received quarterly, so sometimes that can look a little off. Franchise tax is over budget at 70%, but we are continuing to see a sharp decline in television franchise year over year. And then other sources includes, where's your bullet book? That's mostly, charges for service, I'm sorry, I skipped that one. That's at 50%. A lot of that is from, we have an agreement with the county to do their streets, and so about $2 million we're short because we haven't received that back yet. The SRO program is a little short, but that's based on reimbursement from the school district, so we're seeing it's kind of slightly skewing the number there as well. And then the other big one was, where was that, Jonathan? Municipal courts down a little bit. We had budgeted $2.1 million there, and they're only at 49% of their revenue budget. So that kind of gives you an idea of where we're kind of short on the revenue side for right now at this point in the year. And then other revenue sources includes interest, indirect cost, and transfers in. Any questions on this slide before we?
We need to send Lane a bill.
Checks in the mail, yeah. Okay, we'll move on to expenditures then. Public safety is at 66% of their expenditure budget, of course includes police, fire, and municipal court.
Question, right quick. Municipal court also has a revenue part to it.
Right.
So I have people talked about that. Is that more of an enterprise fund calculation or?
The municipal court revenue comes mostly from fines and fees.
Okay. It's not really an enterprise fund.
No.
Okay.
Those fines and fees would be related to citations and things like that, so.
It's hard to book when you receive that. I mean, I had that discussion with Sylvia. Okay. Thank you.
You bet. Public Works includes engineering operations, traffic and street and bridge, as well as street lighting. Public Services includes parks and recreation and the swimming pool. Planning and Development Services includes planning, permits, and inspections. Neighborhood and Family Services includes animal services, social services, and code compliance. And then, of course, there's the Health Department. Government includes City Council, CMO, City Clerk, Construction Management. Administration includes legal, real estate, finance, billing and receipts, IT, purchasing, HR, and transfers includes capital, grants, debt service, and other transfers out for general fund supported funds. Any questions on any of those year-to-date expenditure budgets?
Tina, I'm just to sort of clarify from my mind, all the year-to-date actuals, basically that's, since they're all roughly around 66, it's basically we're 2/3 of the way through the fiscal year, and that's kind of what they're based off of.
Yes.
But the budget is a full year, correct?
Yes, the
Yeah.
budget is the full year. So the year-to-date compared with the revised budget is what percent they're at year-to-date through the year.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And comparing with the 67%, like you said. Any other questions on expense? Okay, this chart shows that our property tax represents 50% of our general fund revenue. Sales tax is 25%. Like Daniel mentioned earlier, those are our two biggest sources of revenue in the general fund. And this slide kind of shows you that the property tax, which is intended to cover the cost of public safety, doesn't actually do that because our public safety budget represents 59% of our total expenditures. And then expenses by type, 76% of our expenses are personnel related. That would be expected in the general fund since most of the general fund is covering services that we provide, which includes personnel. And then moving on to optional funding sources. I mentioned earlier, marginal sales tax revenue, we expect to be close to $1.5 million in excess of our budget by year end. Of course, grants, we've mentioned several times, we're ongoing attempts by all city departments to get grants wherever they can and however they can. Rolling debt issues, that would relieve about $2 million from the general fund. As I mentioned earlier, we do have a placeholder in the debt capacities models if we chose to do something like that to relieve pressure on the general fund. Then there's the general fund balance, which we don't necessarily recommend using, but there is some capacity there. We recommend a 90-day contingency. The general fund currently has an extra 16 days, so we've got 106 days in our fund balance right now, and that represents about $4.3 million that would be available for capacity there for one-time projects. And then, of course, a long-term debt issue for larger capital projects. We have that placeholder of $25 million there. And then, of course, worst-case scenario would be a tax rate election.
Tina, on the fund balance, 90 days in fund balance would be kind of key and important that we maintain to that, at least that point, right? So you said 106 days in fund balance, so between the 90 days and the 106 days in fund balance, there's a dollar amount connected to that, $2.6 million, something like that.
4 point,
Okay.
almost 4.4 million,
Okay, very good.
yeah. Good? So I don't know, Daniel, if you, so those were some opportunities for funding some projects. And there was a slide back here. Daniel, I didn't know if you wanted to talk through any of these items? Or is this
That was
just for
something
reference?
that was sent over from you guys, so yeah, if you'd like to do that, that's great. I think if anything, I just want to make sure the city council members had kind of a grasp of some of those monies that may be available to us, especially as we start talking about the priorities for this year and even moving into the future, right? What is it that we want to do? But I think definitely for this year is what we want to make sure that we cover as we go into the budget discussions as well. So I know that you talked about the marginal sales tax revenues and what may be anticipated this year, which was about $1.4 million. Grants, of course, we always apply for all the grants that we can get on our end, but the rolling debt issue, do you want to talk a little bit more about that and how maybe that plays into our strategy and how we may address the needs that we have?
Well, right now, we budget to transfer out of the general fund about $2 million a year, which includes the money that goes to the equipment replacement fund, where Ryan Kramer purchases vehicles and things like that for general fund supported departments. And then there's $250,000 there that we transfer every year to build up, for the fire department to build up money to save up over a couple of years to buy our fire truck. But of course, we know those costs are increasing, exponentially as well. So the rolling debt program would relieve $2 million that could stay in the general fund for other council priorities, basically to fund in this next year and ongoing years, things like salary increases or increases to other ongoing costs. Like there's some ongoing costs here with some of these requests. These requests on this list are actually things that were like one-time cost. And so they were things that could be funded with one-time money, such as excess sales tax or excess general fund balance. And so that's what this list represents. This is a very small sampling of the total requests that were submitted to city manager and finance for target increase requests. I think the total was somewhere around 5. Jonathan, you have that?
Slightly over $5 million.
The total number of TIRs was $6 million. $6.3 million.
But that's combining both the one-time costs and the ongoing costs as well.
Yes, sir.
It's what you're using.
Jonathan, do you have broken out just the TIRs for the one-time funding requests?
The one-time funding, which are these items up here, total 1.2.
Now, is this is from the entire, covers the entire city?
These are the requests submitted by departments during the TIR
Okay,
process. Yes,
okay,
sir.
thank you. And then the ongoing would include the other 4-point-something million to get you up to the 6?
Yes, sir. There's an additional $5 million there.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see a total on that page.
He's got it in the spreadsheet. It's 1.2 million total for these one-time amounts.
That's what
So I don't know if you have any questions about any of these that are on this list. If so, we could have representatives from the department come up and talk or move on to the next.
I do want to emphasize, though, that $1.2 million or even the $6 million, these are requests submitted by directors. Some of those, they understand that it's not something, they just want to put it out there to make sure that we understand that this is something that they're looking for. They're not necessarily looking for that expenditure for this year, or they may be looking at it from a phasing-in standpoint as well, that we actually start considering in the near future. But it's not something that's a have-to this year. When we start talking about the $6 million, there's a dollar amount that we take a look at and say, well, these are have-tos, and we definitely need to make sure we fund these. But these, actually, we can work with those directors to make sure that we can phase it in or talk about when those could be paid for in the near future.
Right, and before Daniel presents the budget to the city council, we do meet with Daniel, the finance staff, and we go through all of these requests. And there are things, like he said, that are have-tos. For example, if there's an increase in a contract, well, we know we're gonna have to pay that whether we decide to put that in the budget or not. So there are things that are have-tos, there are things that are need-tos, and then there are things that are want-tos, is kind of how we go through it. And then Daniel will decide to fund everything that we can before we bring the budget to city council, especially for those have-to items. And before we bring you the budget that shows whatever marginal revenue then is left, those will be included.
And you do a breakdown of those marginal revenues once we get into the budget process. We'll have a spreadsheet that actually has that broken down, what those marginal revenues look like, and then city council can make a determination as far as how those marginal revenues will be used at that point.
That's right.
Let me make a comment, just maybe for the benefit of the group. On some of the placeholders you have, and I'm going to say specifically on the rolling debt, you've got 2 million placeholder in there. Just as one council member, I'm going to rely on you all to say this is the year to do that. I don't know if this, I've got lots of wants, but I don't know if that's the wisest thing financially. So I'm going to look to you all to say this is the best year as far as we're concerned to use that. So I'm just going to.
Thank you, Tommy. And that's what we paint over this stuff. It's not something that's easy for us. We really take a close look. We sit down with the directors and ask more in-depth questions about their requests as well. So when we do come forward to the city council members, we are presenting to you what we really truly feel is the needs that we have specifically for this year. So this for this funding year. So yes, we will bring that to you and say this is what we've evaluated and this is what we've come up with at this point, though. So.
Well, thank you for saying that too, because my approach has always been this, you're the city manager. This is your budget that you're going to present to us and say, this is my recommendation to you as the city council. I think the 7 of us know, yeah, we've got, I guess you'd say the final say-so on that. But again, you all are the subject matter experts. So thanks for saying that, but I rely heavily on what you say. This is what we're recommending. So that may not agree with every single department because they may want more, but I'm gonna listen strongly to what your recommendation is.
Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate that. Again, on our end. Yeah, you'll see that. I think if anything, and this is why this is so important right here. And I still can't believe you guys gave us 3 days to do this. This is wonderful. But today, after we do this, part of that decision that's made is based on what y'all would like to see when we start looking at strategic priorities, right? And that's what we'll be working on here in just a little bit. It'll be just an exercise, quite frankly, probably an easy exercise to take a look at. But what we bring from that, what we take from that is part of where our mindset is as well. When we start looking at what to fund, especially what's most important to fund this year, and it's going to be based on strategic priorities, based on what the city council said. No, we want to do this. This is something that's important to us. So again, these exercises are very important to us. So this next one we do will be to kind of draw from y'all what y'all really feel you'd like to see as far as your strategic priorities. Okay. But thanks for that, Tommy. I agree.
Yeah, and a lot of that, Tommy, will depend on, how property tax valuations come in. And so we won't know that, of course, until at least July 25th. But once we do receive those valuations and do the truth in taxation worksheet and figure out what we've got to work with, I think then Daniel and I will talk about what's the best recommendation as far as rolling debt, whether we need to do that this year or not. And then that's what we would bring to our general fund workshop in August.
Good point.
So what I'd like to throw in there, as we look at those and establish our priorities, and I went back and looked at your list, that's your one-time request there. There are some of those requests that service a few people. As we establish our priorities, we need to establish what priority-wise would help 100,000 people and work our way down. If it was up to me, I love the airport, okay, aviation's my thing, but I think what's important is we on this council have to look at what serves the most people most efficiently, all right? And some of those things I saw on those lists are key, but they're small in their request. Let's not ignore something that, as we establish a priority, let's start with what services everybody, and then we'll go down to what generates revenue, because that will make us more money in the long run. But I get that. I just don't want us to forget that, there are things that help everybody, and there's things that just help a select few. Let's keep it prioritized on what helps all the citizens up first.
Good point. Okay. Any other questions for Tina? Tina, you really put us way ahead there.
You go, girl.
Yeah, you did. So with that, thank you, ma'am. I sure do appreciate it. We actually were scheduled for a break after the Tina presentation, but she finished it quite quickly. It's up to y'all. We can take a break, or we can start off on the next one, which is discuss and set new strategic priorities. Yeah, break up. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll take a break then.
I want to say thank you
Joe
to
made a
Tina and
pro
Jonathan
decision.
because they got us back on schedule,
You did?
ahead of schedule.
So it's 15 minutes is what we have.
Yes. Take a quick break, y'all.
Okay, we're off a break. We are moving forward to item 5, which is establish citywide priorities and goals. But before we do that, we kind of want to give an overview, kind of an update of last year's strategic priorities, which City Council had established: infrastructure, public safety, economic development, and employee compensation. So just want to give the City Council members a little bit of an overview of some of those accomplishments during the 2024 fiscal year. So we're going to kick it off with infrastructure with Shane. So it's your shot, Shane.
All right. Good morning, council. Looking at infrastructure that we've completed back in 2024, and kind of brought it up into current kind of where we are today as well, because a lot of these infrastructure projects they don't coincide great with fiscal years or even calendar years, so they're kind of rolling projects. But as kind of looking what we completed in 2024 was Chadburn Phase A, which was the part down there between the Concho River and Beauregard. Got that completed. Jackson Street, right there beside the Chick-fil-A and the Taco Bell, and then a little bit, some water line work that we did across there. And again, as we're going through these all include street, water, wastewater, pedestrian signals, all of it, and then even on College Hills with the underground drainage that we did there, and also leveling up some of the bridges going over the Arroyo, again, working on the drainage issues there. Of course, Howard Street as well, we completed and got that in place. And then the North Chadburn all the way from US 67 or the Loop all the way up to 43rd Street was completed in that. Just kind of a quick total on that, not exact, but that was approximately $66.6 million worth of infrastructure work that was completed in 24. Currently, yes, sir. 66.6-ish million. Yeah. And then currently, on the street side, again, some of this does include the water with the Glenna Edmond 29th Street project that we currently have going on, finishing up that. And we hopefully that one's roughly 40% complete at this time, and expected completion in August of 26. Chadburn Phase B, we're working with TxDOT on this, and it's a lot of coordination with TxDOT as we're moving through this, because a portion of this is grant funded. Part of that CACP dollars, portion of that is going into this project as well too. So working with TxDOT, hoping actually get our documents out, our bidding documents out in July, and kind of finalizing everything up with the state in August as we're moving into that time period to get that project up and rolling and actually get construction started. And then at 14th and Chadburn, we are putting in a new signal at that location as well. That currently what we have going on right now that we consider in construction is with utilities, water, drainage, all of it together. Street money is $40,300,000. $40,300,000. Million, yeah, million, yeah. And then as we move into the and just quickly, I'll go on some other things that we actually have in design, just real quickly, won't go long, but just in design currently. Sunset Drive, we don't, and let me reiterate that I'm going to tell you what we have in design, but these aren't actually, all of them aren't funded yet. But we do have Sunset Drive, which we do have funding source availability for. Then we have Johnson and University Streets. We have Avenue N. We have Foster Road from the loop basically up to River Valley Lane. And then we have our CACP Phase 2, which is the pedestrian loop that's basically around town, goes up 29th and back around. And so all of those that we have in design, while only one of them is funded, that equates to about $82.1 million worth of projects we have in design. Maintenance, as we're looking at our, yes, sir.
Talking to the mic. Of the things you have in progress, how much do you have funds that have not been used? That you have the funds, but we're waiting on, say, Reese Albert or Darnell or somebody for? Do you have an idea?
Of what we have left from the bond funding?
Do you have bond funding that's not used?
Well, we have a lot of, mostly, we have a lot of encumbered. The portion of it that we do not have used is roughly 24 million right now.
Okay, that's all I need.
Maintenance. In our maintenance program in 2024, we did the seal coat program, and then we also did the pressure paved downtown in that area. A little different application down there, but again, we didn't want a lot of loose rock, a lot of that stuff that you get with regular seal coat, chip seal. And so we did a little different application down there in that area, especially when we're looking at Chadburn Phase A and not wanting to track tar and things like that onto the new cement. In 2024, we spent 5.6 million on maintenance for seal coat and the pressure seal. As we're moving into 2025, they should be starting the seal coat project within the next 2 to 3 weeks in July, and we have currently encumbered for the city's portion of that roughly 4.5 million for this year for the maintenance programs there. And we have already started design for the 2026 season.
Is that about an annual cost, about 4.5 to 5 million?
That's
for
what
seal coat?
that's the amount of money that we have in our maintenance program. We are again, those are about the same number of dollars that we've had since about 2015. So again, we are starting to see our cycle times drift a little further apart than every 8 years like we want to maintain. But again, that's one of the things that we've discussed with Daniel in the budget workshop so far that we've had internally.
Shane, that's because the cost is just going up as far as petroleum products, emulsion and everything else, the asphalt, the prices keeps going up. So on our end, what we could have knocked out in an 8-year cycle, now it's taking 9, 10 years in order to kind of back around and do the same work again.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. That's where we're seeing our cycle time start to expand just due to inflationary costs. So.
Okay.
Let's see, moving on. For the water side of things, that is not included with the street project, street rehabilitation project. In 24, we completed the A&M pipe bursting project where we had a old cast iron main that was it was portions of it were 8, portions of it were 12, and so we upsized the whole thing to a 12-inch new PVC water line, and so that was completed in 2024. That project was about 4.8 million. Currently in construction in conjunction with TxDOT and their improvements on SL 378, which is basically Oak Crest Oval Road from basically South Chadburn all the way out to the loop. That project is 4.4 million, and it's estimated to be complete in our portion of it late 2025. TxDOT will be about another year and a half to finish up their portion of it. They will be, of course, they're using concrete pavement, so it's a pretty good process, and of course, expanding the width of it as well. So again, TxDOT will be a little bit later, but we should finish up all the water here going into this fall. Currently in design, we have the 18-inch Randolph Waterline Improvement Project, which will take it from roughly behind Mayfield Paper and bring it all the way up to just the other side of Highway 67 and tie back into MLK there. And again, that's an old 18-inch cast that runs under the river. Again, been having several issues with that line for years. And so again, going to get that one replaced coming up in this next fiscal year. Lakeview Heroes Drive up on the north side of town. We are looking on that project. We're looking to basically bring water from Armstrong down Lakeview Heroes Drive all the way back to tie into a 12-inch line right in front of basically the fairgrounds where the elevated storage tank is. So we're going to be putting that in there and putting some, again, getting that 12-inch tied in and getting some better circulation up in that area. And then working at the Mathis Field for fire suppression problems out there currently. This project is strictly to deal with fire suppression out there, and that has just gotten underway. With all of this, we're looking, roughly about $14 million worth of estimated. And currently, the Mathesfield one is way too early to get a good OPC on, but again, estimated 5 to 7 million just for that project. But with the other two, we should be in around the $14 million range for those projects right there. And then we get into the maintenance programs, currently going through the AMI meter replacement program for the water utility. It's about a $14.5 million project on that one as well. So as we're moving on. Oh, no, went too far. Infrastructure for wastewater, completed in 2024. We had the North Concho River CIPP program, which was rehabilitating a line from 14th Street back down to basically Santa Fe Golf Course. That was an old clay line that was having quite a few issues in. Actually had a really bad issue with it right under US 87, and so we were glad to get that one fixed. And then, of course, currently in construction, we're at the very final stage of this the Lake Nasworthy trunk main project and lift station project. Again, the lift station is complete. We're currently working with the tie-ins and getting everything tied in to get everything functional, and moving on that should be completed this fall. And that was about a $32 million project. And then currently in design, we have the North Concho shallow wastewater improvement, which is actually going to take the shallow lift station off, which we do have sanitary sewer overflow issues with from time to time in its proximity to the river. So that's very concerning for us. And so we're looking very, very forward to decommissioning that lift station, taking this gravity, which will take a lot of the area from the central high school area, a lot of that offline or out of a pump station, and move it again across into Santa Fe Park, and then all tie in right there at Santa Fe Park.
Shane, I've got a question on lift stations. Once we decommission one, can we repurpose it, or are they pretty much used to the point it's not worth the money to take it out?
A lot of we'll take all of the pumps, a lot of the stainless steel fittings, a lot of the stuff that we can reuse out of them to help rebuild other ones that are not being decommissioned. So we do salvage all of that old equipment
Back
out of
into
those.
the maintenance program.
And back into our maintenance program. And so now the wet wells, things like that, we can't do anything with, but yeah, but all of the things that we can, we put back into our system. Okay, and I think and then currently in design, we do have, nope, that was it. I think I'm good on my end. So any questions it's a fast and furious update, but.
Shane, as you're talking about the Lakeview Heroes, could you just take a minute maybe out of your time and talk to people, tell them how important it is that these things come in a circular loop, like you touched base on it there with the system for Lakeview Heroes. You're making a circular loop to better get the water distribution.
Correct. I mean, anytime that we're looking at new subdivisions or like this up there where we have areas that have developed in one direction or the other, again, a lot of times we don't have a loop system. We have dead-end mains. And those dead-end mains, you see us flushing from time to time around town.
I get 30 texts every time.
The fire hydrants and all of those things, that's because we do have those dead-end mains. And we're, that water gets stale in there and we start losing our chlorine residual. And of course, we want to make sure that we do maintain safe water for everybody to utilize throughout our entire system, even on those dead-end mains. And so, again, to loop those systems to make sure that we're getting that water moving through the system, keeps that water fresher, and helps us not only with chlorine residuals, but also, disinfection byproducts, those type of things. Just keeping that water moving, keeping it fresh is highly important for our system. So anytime that we can loop a system, see issues like this where we can loop a system, keep it moving and keep that water moving through the system, and or in new subdivisions, a lot of times we, make developers require a looped system to go all the way through, again, for that reason.
And if you have any problems with that, feel free to call your city councilman, SMD2. Use his phone number instead of mine. Thank you, Shane.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have an update on public safety, kicking off with the Chief of Police. Chief Griffith, you're on, sir.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I got one out of that. That's kind of lame. We can do that again, right? Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It's a great day. I was telling somebody walking in the door, I think it was Joe. Anytime after a Monday, if you find yourself on the right side of the dirt and you're alive and kicking, then it's a great day, right? I do want to say to Shane's crew, I told him this the other day, but I don't know if anybody noticed. Along Sherwood Way, there was a giant amount of water leaks that went, what, about 4 or 5 days? Yeah. Yeah, and so constantly, 24 hours, basically, they're fixing a water leak. One would break, one would break, one would break, and that kind of work means something to me because I used to do that back in the day. So thank you to your team. Just want to open up real quick by saying that I need a time limit because last time I went too long. So how much time do I have? 7.5 minutes. Okay, 25 back. Since taking on the role of chief about 362 days ago, but who's counting, right? I've had the privilege to leading a team that refuses to settle for themselves in this community. The accomplishments that you're gonna hear about today are not just a result of police work. They're a result of a community approach. We're trying to make sure that we're helping the water department, helping the animal control, working with the fire department. It's that commitment between the city staff and our department that's moving San Angelo forward, so I appreciate that. I'm grateful for the support that we've received on the city side. It's historically, it's been kind of a rougher approach, and we want to make sure we maintain that. That's important to me. It's allowed us to make meaningful progress, but the progress has come with a sacrifice. We have stretched resources. We've learned, leaned on creativity. We've kind of shifted on the fly when things happen and asked more of our officers and staff than ever before. And we still, they show up over and over. They show up, and I appreciate that. And it's because of that team mindset that we're seeing that working. Now, as San Angelo and the community, our area starts to grow, even if it's by small percentages or high percentages, the question becomes how do we keep that momentum going, and that's together, and staying with that team mindset. Because sustaining what we've already started, and I'll go ahead and tell you, we have strained our resources to get to where we're at today, to talk about these kind of accolades for 2024. It's going to take us having an investment into that future, making sure we put the right people in the right place and getting funding where we need it. So with that, I want to kind of give you a little bit of a background. In the last 5 years, the San Angelo Police Department has conducted 122,000 traffic stops. That doesn't always mean they're going to give a ticket. And I've told my guys time and time again that just because there's revenue attached to a ticket, we're not looking at that. We're going to look at what the best thing is to get that person back in compliance. Sometimes it means a citation, sometimes it means an arrest, and sometimes that means we're going to give them a warning. The other day we talked about freedom of information requests. 2024, we had 4,971 freedom of information requests to the San Angelo Police Department alone. 4,971 freedom of information requests came through our agency, and we're on track for that. It stays right around anywhere from 4,700 to 5,000 is kind of where it kind of hovers. Oh, it goes into a lot because it pulls away from our records supervisor. We've now created a full-time position that's a civilian. We used to have a sergeant that ran that pretty much as getting the video side. The request for reports goes to records, so it's spread out too far for me to have that number right now.
Would we say 5 hours per request minimum?
No, it wouldn't be that long. I'd lean on you. I'd say somewhere probably around 2 hours would probably be a good guess for me, depending on what the request is.
Okay.
That's just a ballpark too, so don't hold me to the firing squad.
No, we're good. Thank you.
Okay. We had in 2024 we had 107,000 calls for service entered into our CAD. So that's 174 officers when we're fully staffed. At that time frame, we were working at about 149 officers functional whenever this was going on in 2024. And during that time frame, it was a struggle. Our patrol numbers were low. We were looking at having to cut services. And Daniel touched on it several times about retention. We've been pushing hard and fast on that, and we'll touch on that as well. In the process of looking at our crime data, and Daniel touched on it a little bit, and I'm going to breeze through this a little bit because I want y'all to kind of have a good idea where we're at. I came across this statement on a website that said, according to the latest data, San Angelo has a total crime rate of 29.09 per 1,000 residents, with violent crime rate of 2.83 and a property crime rate of 26.26. This places our city higher than 91% of Texas cities of all sizes. So you're 91% higher. And we've always kind of relied on our numbers decreasing, right? So those of you who've been on city council for a while, you've heard our numbers are decreasing. They are. The vast majority of all of Texas is decreasing because I think we've gotten better practices in law enforcement. I think there's some reporting issues that we're seeing. Texas was always very high, and so it prompted me to say, let's look at this a little bit more. When it comes to our crime data, we're going to look at this at the 100,000 because it's an easy mark for us. We're right around 100,000, right? San Angelo's total crime rate is 2,906.5 for San Angelo. The state average on that is 2,778. The other comparable cities like Longview, we're right next to that Longview per capita. Again, we're looking at is 29.15. We see the Temple at 23,057. And then we see Tyler at 2,601, and then we see Wichita Falls at 2,983. Wichita Falls is a close comparable because of the way the city's set up, right? And notoriously, people have always said, well, Wichita Falls has a higher crime rate, right? That's what we've always looked at. They did have issues going back 10 years ago. About 6 years ago, they got a new chief and they changed their strategy. We're still talking about 100,000. We're seeing the family violence rate. This is one thing that we've been working hard and heavy to do everything we can to give pushback on. The Texas average per 100,000 is 819. I misspoke the other day whenever I was here, and the actual number for the San Angelo Police Department for 2024 was 1,610. That's almost double the state average. When we look at Longview, that's 1,073. When we look at Temple, that's 594. When we look at Tyler, that's 924. And that's Wichita Falls at 992. That's 600 and some change higher out of Wichita Falls, which has always been looked at as kind of a more crime-ridden city. When we look at property crime, San Angelo leads the way in property crime. That's going to be straightforward. It's not what we want to lead the way in. That's 2,622 per 100,000 for property crime. Longview, 1,500, we'll round up. 2,500. The state average is 2,275. Temple is 1,968. Tyler is 2,167. And that's what you get for giving me a hard time. And then we got Tyler at 2,167, and then Wichita Falls at 2,491. That's below on property crime than even Wichita Falls. Burglary, we're at 427. Longview, 356. State average, 304. Temple, 265. Tyler, 261. Wichita Falls, 433. Slightly above us. Theft, we lead the way again. 1,994 to the state average being 1,550. And then Longview has 1,907. Temple has 1,364. Tyler is at 1,717. Wichita Falls is at 1,857. Why I bring this to light today is because it's important for us to understand we've been looking at the wrong metric. We've been looking at our metric saying we've been doing better, which is something to look at. But when the vast majority of Texas's crime data numbers are going down, the real metric we should be looking at is what is the quality of life in comparison to our sister cities, right? When we see that Texas had a higher crime rate over the 90s and coming into the 2000s, and that we're seeing that trend down. We see some people that don't report anymore in San Angelo. I can tell you that wholeheartedly, being fresh off the campaign trail. We didn't call anybody. You got a burglary, you got your lawnmower stolen, we had no leads, the San Angelo Police Department didn't call you. some of that staffing, right? When we're talking about Wichita Falls having 22 detectives and our 11 detectives are working on violent crime, basically crimes against person. We're not doing a whole lot of property crime because we just don't have the resources. Now, with that being said, the one thing that I want to highlight is that on violent crime, we're doing well, okay? The state average on violent crime, which is mainly led by the metropolitan areas in Texas, is 395. This data set shows 283, okay? When we compare that to Tyler and Longview, which are right around just above the 400 marks. That's because of those detectives working, right? You have 11 detectives that have been doing everything they're possible in their ability to be able to push back on violent crime. Narcotics is a big thing. With the advent of all the different drug outlets and everybody selling drugs, we started a drug task force, and we'll touch on that. But with that, it's still everywhere's. I went out this weekend. I went out for a PR deal, and I was already in uniform and stayed in a police car. I'm nothing special, but I went out and wanted to just try to help. In that time frame, we helped get a murder suspect into custody from Harris County, and I conducted 2 traffic stops using the technology that we'll touch on, which is a license plate reader. I got a hit on 2 different vehicles and conducted 2 different traffic stops. Out of my first traffic stop, I had a guy that had left a drug rehab without permission, which is kind of like an escape, had a felony warrant, and was on an MTR with motion to revoke for drug charge. My next stop led to a young lady that ended up having methamphetamine on her person. It's a huge problem. 2/3, I still think, is kind of a low number, but 2/3 of crime being attached to narcotics, having a nexus to the crime, is huge. And so I just wanted y'all to be able to be fair, because as we look at our numbers and what we're asking for and what we're going through here and how I'm so impressed that 2024 was the way it was with what resources we have. And so I didn't want to just leave y'all hanging with that. And before I get into the accolade side of things, I wanted to address any questions that might be on that. 'Cause that's a lot. And I'll be glad to share that numbers with you as well.
We have seen, freshly off the campaign trail, we've seen a lot of these things come to light.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't say I trusted the data that came off TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook.
Right.
I look for you to do those. I will say one thing, while you say those numbers are there, you don't see those numbers unless you experience them, all right? That's usually a firsthand experience. I don't see that visually. A lot of times I don't hear it. It comes around secondhand and thirdhand, but I want to commend you on, it's good to see those things happening. They don't get out, they don't scare anybody, they're not over-publicized, they're not sensationalized. You're doing the best you can with what you have. And I was going to say, I hear that from many people. We think this is great. I had lots of people ask about that. Do you know if that's true or not? I said, well, regardless of that, we're doing the best job we can with what we have, and I don't see it. So that's just my first answer to that, Travis. I think y'all are doing as best you can with what you have. The data you show here is eye-opening.
Yes, sir.
And we realize that. We've heard you.
Well, I appreciate that very much, and I will just add one little tidbit in the violent crime area. We're watching some trends occur. I mentioned it last time about the drive-by shootings connected to narcotics. We had some gang activity, which is gangs almost always notoriously have narcotics connection. We had that last murder we had was based off of that. In a 48-hour period, right here in the Tom Green County, the Sheriff's Department was involved in their officer-involved shooting, and I want to commend their work in that. They did a great job, great investigations. We supplement them as a team effort. We brought our special operations team out there. A good chunk of our SWAT team was out there. We're helping them with their perimeter. Our drone team and K-9 were all out there on that. Directly after that, we had a no-connection home invasion, right? That doesn't normally happen in San Angelo, right, in the violent crime area. And then we were dealing with a stabbing all within that short window of 48 hours. That's concerning to me, and everything that we've shown throughout, from when I started at 18 years old in criminal justice classes until I'm doing leadership classes now for being a police chief, there's the simplicity of property crime connecting to crime overall, right? And we have to be able to push back on that. Wichita Falls was kind of in this same situation back in the early 90s and the late 2000s. They didn't put a lot of money and time and resources towards their police. Their crime continued to increase until they became really known for violent crime. That will come. We have to be able to put resources where we need to be. And me and Daniel had a candid conversation about just the fact of what do I tell my guys that have worked here? 76% of my department has less than 5 years of experience. You know, they're looking to go other places. They're on the lower end of our pay scales. They're not getting that 81,000, right? They can go these other places and make 100,000 pretty easy. And they've been told from all the cops before them, what is the city doing to help bolster this treading water thing? And it's not any one person's fault. I think looking at metrics appropriately and using them as fair numbers is important, and that's why I'm looking at this. This is not to scare anybody, so if you're sitting home watching this, the San Angelo Police is going to continue to show up and do what we can to fight crime and suppress evil. That's what we do, and we have a great group of guys, but I don't want to see these guys get discouraged and burn out. So for the sake of time, I'm going to move on. So we've successfully recruited and retained 10 new police cadets. That they'll be graduating this Friday. If anybody would like to come, 3 p.m. at Howard College, and we'll touch a little bit on Howard College here in a minute. We've also onboarded 10 laterals, so that's really helped us. Laterals, we can usually get them done in about 5 months as opposed to about a year from start to finish. We have had a great push on that, and we'll continue. We just hired, we're looking in the application pool right now. I think there's 3 other laterals we're looking for, and that's where we're going to really try to lean on. These efforts have been made possible by city staff. Daniel allowed us to use sign-on bonuses, incentives to be able to help that, so that's huge. So the organizational culture, like I said, it's been kind of a Debbie Downer. We're in the same building, in the same situations, with the same number of detectives, the same thing. We just keep on treading water. And you say, well, we've added people. Those people just go to fill more holes in the boat, right? So people are bailing water in every division. And so there's a lot of people that are kind of burnt out. So we wanted to approach that from a new focus. And that was on accountability, on trying to bring in leadership, build that leadership, and get them to the right trainings. And so we've spent a lot of time and energy there doing that. When it comes to public safety, the task force, what we just touched on a little bit, the task force has been super successful, and I think I've kind of beat a dead horse on that, but that's where we started with the DPS, the Tom Green County Sheriff's Department, with our federal partners, and working through that. We have the police academy is now at the Howard College, and they get 18 college credits. That is a great relationship where we're able to try to recruit out there and get some more people that were interested in law enforcement, because they're out there in their cadet uniform walking around Howard College trying to get those people to come in place. Recruiting and staffing initiatives, is the wrong direction. Officer wellness. So again, we've worked on trying to get a good approach to mental health for our officers that are seeing some of the most hideous things that humanity will do, and we now have a counselor. He's a professor at ASU, and he's accessible to them directly. They don't used to, they'd have to come to like admin or go to HR. Everybody has his phone number. They call him, they schedule a time, and anybody that wants to go see him, it's off the books. He only reports to us dangerous situations. The Concho Valley Threat Assessment Team, this one is a big one. We believe in keeping our kids safe. The team includes representatives from law enforcement and education. We see it from mental health and the juvenile justice system. It focuses on basically keeping their eye on the right targets, right? With all the different shootings that have occurred across the country, we're looking to find anybody that might be a red flag, right? And in that, they will try to keep an eye on that, work together, and through NDAs, be able to share information that we didn't used to be able to share. This is a state model that we believe in, and right now is doing really well. Questions on that? Grants. Y'all have gotten a lot of these grants already, but I want to tell you real quick that 85,000 right there is going towards a family violence, to the rifle plates. That's going to be to help keep our officers safe, because if our pistol round would not penetrate our vest, but a rifle round would, that the ones we wear normally. And these rifle plates that they can throw over stops rifle rounds. So if you get into an active, like school shooting, what we're talking about, or some sort of incident, you can throw that on. We're applying for a COPS grant. We applied for the COPS grant. We're applying for another COPS grant because we're going to find every bit of money we can. We believe in that. And that just deployed. Great team aspect there with all the in-car radios and portable radios. We can now talk to SO, which makes it super, super good to be able to communicate with our sheriff's department. And so that's something we just finished rolling out. We've applied for that next one there with COPS is 2.4 for technology. We got that grant, and we just finished getting, we upgraded from about 2011 computers to 2025 computers. It was really pretty sad. Some of the software wouldn't even fit into the screens anymore because they were just those little square things. So that's been super awesome to have that. And this is the ALPR. This is the license plate reader. We're adding stationary license plate readers. We approved this. We're waiting to find out what the percentages will be. So we can get those license plate readers that we talked about on the real-time crime center. We'll build to that and help us fight crime. $92,000 is going to be able to do that domestic violence case manager, the social worker, and we've touched on that before, so I'll move through that. $167,000 is to the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority, and that's for license plate readers. The next grant we're requesting is for personnel and for drone as first responder. Those are both those are looking very, very solid. We go in July to advocate for those grants, but they're already speaking in ways that makes us think that we're probably going to get those, Lord willing. 1.5 to the COPS grant there is to request funding similar to what the fire chief is requesting. It's a COPS grant for 6 new school resource officer positions that would bump us over that 180 mark to 186. If we get the 2 from the motor vehicle theft crime prevention, then that would bump us up to what we hope to be about 188 if we can get those 6 positions back that are currently frozen. Go ahead.
Simple math right there. You're approaching nearly 4 million in grant applications you've done. Who writes those?
We spread the love there. Lieutenant Jeremy Kennedy, Craig Thomason, assistant chiefs. We have Gail. She is our budget analyst. She works through and kind of keeps up with anything that we file, but it's not physically possible for as much government, how government works. They want 18 different things that they don't ever look at. For them to be all collected and goes to one spot, but for her to be able to do all these by herself would be impossible. So
you've got 3 to 4 people researching, sourcing, and writing for grants?
All the time. Yes, sir. Almost all the time, yeah.
Okay. Do you think you miss a bunch with the limited resources you have?
I would say I don't know what I don't know, so it's possible. Yeah, I can tell you that we started researching. The Assistant Chief of Police, Craig Thomason, just recently finished his first round of professional development at the highest level that Texas has. He will go through 2 more iterations of that, but he's reached out to departments all across the state through that connection of going to these, it's a 3-week course that you go through, and then you do another 3 weeks and another 3 weeks. He's built some good relationships through that already. Through the Police Chiefs Association that I'm working with and going to and attending, that we're pulling everybody we can. I'm asking every chief I can get with. I partner with the Abilene Police Chief to be able to find anything that they're getting. So we're trying to find everything we can.
Awesome.
On it.
You know what, you're chasing 4 million in grants with limited assets.
And I think, I can't speak to it, but I mean, I don't know what that compares to, Daniel, to the 2023, 2022. I don't know what that.
Doesn't matter. It's all good.
Actually, I do want to say that it's been pretty aggressive, actually, what y'all been pursuing. We talked about that. That's the thing that, quite frankly, you guys are always looking. Every time I go by to visit with you, you guys are always on the go, 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 go. So I do appreciate that. So we are seeing more monies coming in through your efforts, so we appreciate that.
And we're going to do everything we can. So with that, we were hoping for those positions, and we'll see what the COPS grant comes out to. This would give us this ability, because if we go above 180, we don't have a lot of the equipment we would need. And this is where we would ask the school district, since we're covering salaries for that first few years, help us get some cars, bulletproof vests, cameras, licenses, things that add up when it comes to personnel cost, to offset that for the first few years. And then as it starts to fade out, we would ask that the school district pick up the rest of that. Does that make sense? All right, technology, the license plate reader. Like I said, I sit at Avenue N, right there with the city. We just got that old paint shop. What was it, Sherwin-Williams, maybe? Yeah. I sat right there at that location while I was going through emails and doing administrative work. And the license plate reader was facing west. And as cars were going by, it was reading license plates, looking for stolen cars, looking for missing kids. City warrants is something we recently added to it, and that's what this alert came through. So I was sitting there and gave me an alert, said, hey, this vehicle has attached warrants. So I turned around and I confirmed that the license plate did match. I went in and saw that the description of the wanted person matched, made the contact, and that contact led to having felony THC products, having open container of alcohol, having methamphetamine, and having marijuana roach, right? All off of one license plate reader, with it doing the work where I would have to normally be heads up, looking for all the different things, have to know a list of license plates or something. It was doing it for me in that regards, and so that was super nice. But it's key thing on that for anybody that's got concerns on technology. It required me, human intervention, right, to go through and confirm all those other things, and also the courts would do the same thing for that. We got iPads for the Concho Valley MHMR. Those guys have been nothing but awesome. This is to hopefully better assist those going through some sort of a crisis. So we have these, I think it's 32 total iPads that are out in the field that have connection. They can meet directly with a counselor, basically, in the field, and be able to give them direct support and evaluate better than, because we're not counselors, right? We don't have degrees in psychology. So this is something that we're trying to use along with pairing it with the diversion center. That's what we've done in a nutshell, but I can't tell you how much that we've seen over the course of this last year, working with each one of these younger officers that are stepping up there trying to do everything they can to help our San Angelo be safe. And I want to brag on the staff here at the city. They've been doing an excellent job working with us, and we're doing everything we can to integrate with emails, anything else that we can do. Even though we have some higher crime numbers that we're going to have to deal with, I think working with y'all and working with the city staff, that we will be able to push back and bring this down to appropriate numbers with appropriate tools. And so I believe in that mission. The officers believe in that mission, and I appreciate y'all guys. Have any questions on that?
Travis, I got a quick kind of random question, and it's probably too long for this forum, but maybe you can just give me a quick elevator pitch. So a lot of the crimes and stuff you talked about, I don't know, to stop some of that, right, to lower the numbers. Right. If you can't just put a police officer on every corner that could respond in 5 seconds to something that's going on actively, what could citizens do? What is the best step to try to lower those crime rates with limited resources? What can we do to help that?
Yeah, the first thing is that on every day that we go to work, we're treading water. What I mean by that is there's calls in the stack. We're not doing proactive police work, right? You need to be proactive police work. Vigorous traffic stops leads to results, right? Me sitting out there for 2 different license plates got to that, right? We need more officers on the streets doing enforcement. And I've done everything I can to take officers that have been in administrative roles or other places and put cops with guns out in the streets to help get those calls for service and build the productivity of the tip of the spear, if you will, right? Technology, partnering that with technology. When we know we have a burglar, we can enter them into different license plate readers that are stationary that will alert us as soon as that person goes into Southland. Working with the real-time crime center, what Daniel touched on would be having the ability that we're taking data and we're taking real-time information, sourcing that, so when somebody does steal something and there's a crime that occurs, that we can try to use technology to give an equalizer there when we're lacking that staffing. that's the best way. I'm hopeful that we'll keep working on laterals and developing our people and getting the things we need. That's why I'm saying kind of as a step in the right direction, some equipment, these public safety officers that we're requesting that can help offset and give me more officers into the field. Working through these grants, because I know I'm not going to come to you and say, hey, we needed $7 million, which is about roughly, I think, what Wichita Falls' numbers and budget is more than mine. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for a phased-in approach. I'm not just going to ask for crazy amounts of money because that's not appropriate to our tax base and to our people. But we can phase this in and start course-correcting what we need to get the money where it needs to be. About 10% of the budget goes to law enforcement, right? And I'm talking total budget. I'm not talking operational. And so that operational side of what they're talking about, 56%, and Tina can correct me if I'm wrong, is the operational side. So it's 26% of that operational budget. But the total city budget is only 10%. We're seeing most cities putting anywhere from 12 to 15% of their total budget going to law enforcement. So with that extra money, the extra support is going to help us be able to actually slow and eventually bring this into a bridle. I'm not going to be able to stop all the crime. I'm not Batman, right? But we can bring it to where it's appropriate level.
Out of those 170 roughly officers, how many are available for service calls? Like how many are on patrol?
On patrol right now, today, I'm running about 68 because of injuries. My number should be at 80. We haven't been at 80 the whole time I've been there. I don't remember being at 80 in years. I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer, because the big thing is Daniel's approach on helping us get the funding we need to get those incentives and hire laterals, and working with the Officers Association to allow us to hire laterals, because without the contract, we couldn't do that, right? So we've hired 20 people in a year, right? So since we first came on, 20 people. Now, it takes time for those cadets to get out in October. We'll see the fruits of that labor. Hopefully, we'll still have 10 of those. If we don't, we'll probably have somewhere around 8 where we see attrition rate. But that's 5 times better than where we were at. It's that together approach, saying, hey, I need y'all support. I need the staff support. Nobody really knew how bad it was until we started really looking at how we stack up. What is this in comparison?
Thank you.
Chief, thank you. That was exactly 7.5 minutes. We have to cruise through the other ones. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah,
Appreciate you, sir.
Let me just speak something to something that the chief just said about not wanting to be a Debbie Downer. I heard a statement within the last week that it's a pretty simple statement, but it has made a profound impact in my way of thinking. Y'all just be truthful with us, the department directors. The statement that I heard was this: telling the truth helps us all. If we don't know, we don't know. So, Chief Griffith, thanks for just being truthful. To me, that's helpful. To Chief Brody, the same thing. Just be truthful with us.
Chief, you're on.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Mayor. I'm going to start off with first the boring stuff, the statistics. So San Angelo, we had 4,659 fire calls last year and 13,152 EMS calls. A total of 17,800 or so. And that's about 300 increase of call volume from our previous year. And most of that call volume increase has been in EMS. And it's about 75% of what we do day to day is EMS. So our Fire Training Academy has been very, very busy. Most of these achievements that I'm going to discuss today, they're going to be above and beyond our call for service, above and beyond what our core services in the fire department are. And this is additional to our regular job. So our Fire Training Academy, they delivered over 30 Stop the Bleed presentations. And this is first responders teaching our community how to first act without EMS personnel or police personnel on site, to render that first care, to actively prevent somebody from bleeding out and dying during an active attack or a significant bleeding incident. Several of these courses were taught to our city employees during city orientation, and On top of that, we certified an additional 50 of our citizens in our community with CPR. What's important about this is we believe in the fire department of increasing our resiliency in our community. Okay, what do I mean by that? We are teaching everyday citizens what we already know as first responders, how to actively prevent somebody from dying, these small steps, stopping bleeding, CPR, before first responders happen. So we're using this as a force multiplier, basically creating an entire resilient community to impact and save somebody's life. And last year, you can see the numbers that we've been very, very active. And another program that we have started is a active shooter, active attack community education, and we're partnering this with the police department, San Angelo Police Department. It takes 2 police officers and 2 firefighters to teach a lot of these classes. This active attack integrated response, AARR class, we did 7 of those classes last year, and we educated over 170 first responders, certified over 170 first responders in this program. And if you look at that acronym and what it means, integrated response, that's police, that's fire, that's EMS, and how we talk to each other and how we integrate together whenever we do have to respond to one of these active attacks. First responder medical, we taught 4 of these classes with over 50 first responders trained, basically teaching law enforcement the actions for medical care immediately on scene before the ambulances arrive for transport. Exterior response to an active shooter events, it's an E-race. We certified 33 first responders as instructors. They train the trainer. We certified 33 other instructors so they can go off and spread this information out even further. That same E-race course, we taught 2 classes, and we trained 25 first responders in that. Basic tactical medical instructor course, 35 first responders certified as instructors, again, a train the trainer course. And we conducted 4 tabletop active shooter exercises. And this is a joint partnership between DPS, the Tom Green County Sheriff's Office, and Region 15 schools. We did an active attack drill out in Water Valley. We did an active attack drill out in Grape Creek, and then 2 other schools that I don't remember offhand where we did them, but I know we did 4 different schools. So continuing on with our education at our training academy, we hosted 2 regional basic fire training academies, and this is the full basic firefighter training. We took 2 different classes, 20 in each class from surrounding volunteer communities, and we got them from non-certified all the way through basic firefighter. So at the end of this, we had about 37 certifications that came out of it. And the volunteer agencies, they're having a very difficult time getting certification because their only option is to go to TEAC's annual school 3 or 4 different times a year, and it's taking them 3 to 4 different years to get fully certified. And we certified this group in approximately 4 months for each class. We hosted it at our training academy, generated a little bit of revenue associated with that, but at the end of the day, we certified additional firefighters in this region, and we were able to vet those firefighters in the event that they want to come back and work for San Angelo. We already know what type of person, what type of firefighter they're going to become. So on top of that, we hosted 1 regional vehicle extrication class. We had over 40 students from all over the state of Texas. Again, we charged revenue for that. That was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday event, and educated and certified those 40 firefighters from across the state. It was a good event, had a great time. And it's hard for me to wrap my head around this next number. Our training academy delivered over 50,000 hours of continuing education to just our members. So we have a lot of online training that our personnel do on their own, but then also we have certification classes, 1 certification class for like driver operator. The minimum hours for that class is like 80 hours, okay? And I told y'all last time I spoke that we can teach in-house over 20 certification classes. Well, we taught 10 of those last year alone, and that goes from very basic stuff all the way to advanced fire officer and instructor stuff.
Chief, when you say delivered almost 50,000 hours to fire department members, is that staff, or does members, same thing as staff?
Yes, sir, internal.
Okay.
And again, a lot of that is online, but our training academy has to go in there and assign those hours to our personnel. And we have hands-on training that's hosted at the training academy. There's a whole gamut that's included into that 50,000, but it's impressive of me that they're able to pull that off in a 12-month period.
It's impressive. Thanks.
So, yes, sir. So we, a couple years ago, we started a health and fitness initiative. It is very important to me that our firefighters are not only fit, but they're also mentally fit and physically healthy. So we started a physical fitness program with the Concept 2 rowers. I've talked to y'all about this in the past. And this is it's a fitness test that's based on the DPS standards, and it uses your weight, your age, your gender, and it assigns you a time for a 2,000-meter row test. And if you meet that time, based on what that time is, you'll either hit 50%, 60%, all the way up to 100% of the row test. And what that percentage means is if you get 50%, that means you beat 50% of the population, that is your age, your weight, and your gender, but you also, 50% also beat you. So we established this very modest goal of 50% row test time, with wanting 100% of our department meeting that time. So we set up this mandatory initiative. Every year we will be tested, and you can see back in 2023, we had about a 94% of this 50% time. And each year we got a little bit better, and we're still reaching for that 100% of that 50% goal. And I'm pretty confident this year, if it's not 100%, we'll be very, very close to it. So it's a great program. Go ahead.
What's the time? Is this a 2,000-meter row?
Yes, sir. And it depends on age, weight, and gender. So like myself, I'm 29 years old.
Yep.
I weigh 175 pounds.
Yeah.
And I'm a male. None of that's true except for one of them. I'll let y'all decide. So, and basically my row time to hit 70% is 8 minutes and 15 seconds, I believe. Sounds like a lot of time. No, it's not. For me to hit 100%, I have to be like 7 minutes and 30 seconds. But my 50% time is like 9.5 minutes, and I easily make that 50% time. So, but the taller you are, the less time you have.
I think the mayor wants to challenge them.
I would welcome him to come by.
Years old and 400 pounds, and you just throw out the metrics, and I'm in.
You look really good for 97, by the way. It's been a very great program. It gives us a goal to shoot for. You may not hit that 50%, or you may hit 70%. And we give a little bit of incentive for our personnel to hit that 70%, and then also all the way up to 100. If you can hit 100% of your goal, we're going to reward you for it. And it gives us, again, something to shoot for and to make ourselves continuously work harder and get better. So we continue on the health and fitness. Firefighters are significantly more susceptible to contracting cancer. The number one killer of firefighters is heart disease. Number two is cancer. And depends on which statistic you look like, they flip those around. So a couple years ago, we partnered up with On Duty Health. They are a third-party vendor that comes in and does a complete head-to-toe health assessment of our firefighters. And this health assessment is compliant to NFPA 1582, and I know y'all don't know what that is, but it basically sets up what these health assessments need to look like. And in this screening, they do a VO2 max, which is the true reflection of how physically fit a person is. It measures how much oxygen you are consuming during aggressive cardiovascular work. And then also does a Doppler body scan, where they're scanning major organs with sonogram and detecting any type of masses, any type of inflammation in your system. It is pretty compelling how accurate this stuff is. We did have a firefighter last year who had a mass on his thyroid. He had no idea what it was. And it was pretty scary for him, and didn't know that it was even there until we did this body scan, detected this mass. He went into to an ENT, determined that it was a benign tumor. But had he not done this, at what point would he have noticed it? When it was 4 times the size of its normal size, or when? So this is a huge program for our department. It's going to catch cancer sooner. And as y'all know, the sooner you catch cancer, the more likely you are going to overcome it and beat it. And that number up there, 75 firefighters, is not correct. It's actually 90. So we try to hit 25% of our department every single year, and it's about 45 members. We just completed round 2, and in a 4-year period, we'll be able to hit all 180 of our personnel. So it's a great program, and I thank city staff for funding it, and it will pay for itself over time, and thank you for that. So now the cool stuff. We got to replace some fire trucks last year. I talked to y'all briefly last time about some of the brush trucks we've purchased. Brush 1 is that Type 6, which is a large body pickup truck with a pump on the back. And Brush 2 is the all-terrain vehicle that you see out in California. It's a significantly larger brush truck. Both of these vehicles will be used to protect San Angelo's urban interface, and they are strategically placed at the stations that have those trained personnel to operate those. Brush 1 we have already received. It's already been deployed, and it is a deployable asset for TIFMAS. Brush 2 set to be delivered in September of this year. Again, it will be used here locally first, and potentially deployable on any type of TIFMAS requests. And super big news on our Swiftwater rescue boats. We received them Thursday afternoon. They are here. The city shop has those and get them asset numbers and get them into our system. We have training scheduled for our personnel in July, and then later in September to get 8 personnel completely trained up. And I'm hoping by the end of the year, this program is fully operational and we are ready to start deploying locally. I will not deploy these boats outside of San Angelo until we are 100% confident that we have the skills and the abilities to take care of our personnel before we send them out of town. So it's very close. We should be done by the end of the year.
Real quick, let's go back to the brush trucks. So
Yes, sir.
surrounding areas, if we have brush control, they could be deployed there to help.
Surrounding areas such as outside of San Angelo?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Okay.
If we get a star request from the state, from TIFMAS, we analyze our local capabilities and whether we need to be deploying those, because first and foremost, we're going to take care of San Angelo, and if we can, we have these 2 brush trucks and we have 2 additional brush trucks. So this will make a complement of 4 fully trucks, so we can send 2 teams completely out and still have 2 local brush trucks.
I mean, I remember on the north end of town, we watched the fires come up to
Yeah,
the edge of town
2011,
from Bront.
the Wildcat.
Yeah, and
So with that fire, we were not part of TIFMAS back then,
Right.
so we could not deploy to that. And there was a lot of misunderstanding why San Angelo wasn't involved with one of
Right.
our local neighbors. Now we can deploy to that.
Good,
So,
cool.
Ms. Coffey, did you have something? Okay, I thought you were gonna ask. So these 2 brush trucks, brush 1, $315,000, brush 2, $514,000, boats, $48,000. And one thing that is not on here because we received it in 2024 was engine 8, and it was about $840,000. We paid $400,000 out of, or for that truck out of the TIFMAS account. Both brush trucks, the boats, and half of engine 8, a total of $1.3 million that was not paid for with city, local tax dollars. Speaking of TIFMAS, last year we increased our TIFMAS capabilities. We have 1 strike team leader and 1 strike team leader trainee. So in order to be a full strike team leader, he's got to get a bunch of operational periods. He is very close to being a strike team leader. And what the strike team leader does, he has a team of 5 resources with their personnel, and he is in charge, or she is in charge, of that entire strike team. It is a very big position, and it takes a lot of training and lots of operational periods to get that achieved. And then we move down to engine boss. An engine boss is the supervisor on a single resource, a brush truck, and that person is responsible for their crew on that truck. We have 7 engine bosses locally, 40 deployable team members at any given time, 10 members on our RIM team. That's a rapid extrication model. And for every major wildfire, they are required to have at least 1 RIM team, and that is a personnel that are trained on rope rescue, high-angle rescue. You have a UTV and a 4-wheel drive truck. It's designed to extricate firefighters or these wildland firefighters from bad situations and get them transported to safety. So Last year, we had a pretty active year in Tifmas, 16 wildfires we were deployed on, and one of those was to California, and we had 5 all hazards. I briefly discussed that with y'all earlier. Most of those were for high water events and severe weather events. One of them was very interesting. We deployed on a eclipse all hazard. Y'all remember the eclipse last year? They were expecting lots of additional resources, hundreds of thousands of people converging on Junction, Texas, that could not support that many people. So the TIFMA system struck up a strike team, and we were part of it. It was interesting. Grants, pretty successful year last year. These are all of the grants that were awarded to us. The AFG, Assistance to Firefighter Grant from FEMA, $136,000. That was for a exhaust capture system for 2 of our stations that did not have those, and now every station has an exhaust capture system, which is important for cancer reduction and cancer prevention. Department of Homeland Security awarded $57,000. Most of that money was awarded for tightening up security at a few of our campuses. Also, purchasing much-needed equipment for our tactical medical team, ballistic vests, helmets, flashlights, just needed equipment for those teams. We were awarded this next year from the Homeland Security, another $25 for that team for some night vision glasses, goggles, and then also a SERI grant. This was awarded to our city and not necessarily to the fire department for radio infrastructure funding, and that was through the Council of Governments. They assisted us with that through the Office of the Governor. Currently, we have a couple open grants. FEMA AFG grant, $585,000. We applied for emergency generators at our stations that do not have them. I'm not very optimistic on this grant, but you know what? We applied for it hoping for the best. So it's a significant amount of money, and we hope we get it. And then we just recently applied for the FEMA SAFER grant. That is for the staffing that we discussed at council last time we met. And that $4.3 million is covered over a 3-year period. That would be awarded to us if we got the grant. So pretty big deal. Super excited that we found a piece of property and we were able to secure it last year, 2.9 acres at the crossings. Does this pointer work? Look at that. So this is the location that we're looking at, fire station number 9. It's right about here. And this is the plat. That doesn't do any good. That's actually the plat of it. If you can see that this road here, this road right here is Ben Ficklin, and this is the crossings, and 277 frontage runs along this side here. So it looks to be a great location. It is a little, I would want it to be a little farther south, but this is the best location that we can find. I've already got rendered drawings to be put on this plat, and everything is going to work out very nicely for this piece of property. So we secured this piece of property last year, and looking forward to the future building site. Okay, so our major accomplishments last year, and this next one is a really, really big one, and I don't know everything that was involved in getting this accreditation because one of my team members did all of the heavy lifting. It's our national accreditations through COINS, and please don't ask me what it means. So all I know it is accreditation of emergency medical services. Lots of man hours put into this, lots of oversight from the National Accreditation Committee, several interviews with them, and we are currently in our year of review. At the end of this paramedic program, they'll come back in and reevaluate us, and then we'll get the blessing, hopefully get the blessing to be fully accredited. And this gives us the autonomy to begin and end our own paramedic program when we choose to do so. And we can also bring in outside students into our program as a revenue generation mechanism. So this last year, administratively, was very busy. We completely reviewed and update every SOG and rule and reg the fire department has. So to understand the scope of that, we have a 540-page SOP booklet, and then about 120 pages for our rules and regulations. We also did an extensive 10-year SAFD strategic plan that took approximately 9 months. We brought in a team of stakeholders and built a task force, and we had several different working groups, different workshops, if you will. We set reasonable strategic goals for a 3-year, a 5-year, and a 10-year, and built this massive 120-page document. I'm pretty proud of it. The rules and regulations, the SOPs, the strategic plan, all of those were building into the next bullet point. These were all requirements for us to apply and request the Texas Fire Chiefs Association to look at the San Angelo Fire Department and see if we can be awarded the best practices designation. There are only about 35 fire departments in the state of Texas that have received this designation, and we have submitted all of our documentation. We started in February and we completed mid-May, and we should hear something back from best practices first part of July, and then they'll come do a site visit with us. I'm hoping that September or the October city council meeting, we'll be receiving our best practices at council. So more news to come. Super excited. This is a really big deal. And we have all sorts of regulatory agencies that come in and do audits and do inspections to make sure we're following the rules. DSHS, Texas Fire Commission, DPS, because we do background investigations for our new applicants, and TCOL, because I have law enforcement officers in our fire prevention office, and then of course at COAMS for our accreditation. We had zero deficiencies, zero discrepancies this last year's inspections. So, was that 7.5 minutes? I was real close.
Yeah, no, we've got a little bit way too long, but Chief, thank you. I don't know if anybody has any quick questions for the Chief, but I would like to, if you would humor me, this was to be an update as far as some of the priorities we had last year. We're running kind of tight on time right now. So I know you have information on economic development in here. I will ask you to review it on your own time. And even the HR, I see Mike back there celebrating. Even HR, Veronica's probably celebrating too. The information's in there. The crux of what I really want to do right now is get into the actual discussion of those priorities that y'all would have for staff moving forward. But the information is in here, and so it's there for your review, okay? With that said, Chief, thank you so much for that presentation. Do appreciate it, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ooh, okay with that. Heather, you're on. No, I mean, you're going to be riding. You have the, let me get that. Thank you, ma'am. All right, here we go. We lost somebody, didn't we? Oh, Tommy. Tell him this is the Patrick, you ready? All right, Heather. So this next session, really what we'd like to do, just a little bit of brainstorming. We want to take a look at what priorities we really want to key in and focus on this year. As I mentioned a while ago, and you saw a presentation a little while ago that kind of pertained to what we looked at last year, which was infrastructure, public safety, economic development, and employee compensation. So those were the 4 priorities last year. Now this year, I've already gotten feedback from council members that some of those priorities look like, I think one that really has stood out has been the comprehensive plan. I've heard a lot about the comprehensive plan, and I'd like to make sure we get that up there as well. And this is coming from council members that have sent emails to me about this. The next one was the employee compensation is another one that I got as far as having a plan in place for that. I heard about green space, parks land, but again, that's part of what a comp plan would do as far as ironing out the details on that. So those are really, quite frankly, the big 3 that I kept hearing about. So council members, if y'all would like to add to that, of course, you can select off of what we had last year, as far as infrastructure, public safety, economic development, any of those also are on the table. But we just kind of want to start throwing up there some of those general broad items that you feel it should be something we focus in on. With that said, I'll open it up. Be very informal.
Always at the front is public safety. I mean, we've got to always keep that at the very front of all the things we have to convey as public safety. And I won't go far down my rabbit hole, but number 2 is water for me. And I think water should always be one of the key plans that we have to, or the key initiatives and priorities that we have to protect, research, pursue, go to great lengths. But with that comp plan now, we can rearrange those any way we want. And there's existing, Daniel, I don't know where exactly you want to go on there, but like public safety, within public safety, I know to me that is the animal shelter would fall under public safety. For me, underwater would be the airport, trying to get water to the southwest side of town, priorities there. Going back to compensation plan, that's your comp study is going to go right back in there. So that's already listed.
Mm-hmm. You've already gone very kind of specific there, which is the broad is great, and you already hit the specific part of it. That's good too. So, but yeah, that sounds great. Any other thoughts as far as that y'all would like to have on there? Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Several times it's been mentioned that we need to address infrastructure issues,
Yes,
the water, sewer replacement and extension funding. Did I get that right? I've heard a lot today.
There's a lot of
that sounds very hopeful. That there's a concerted effort to create a proactive culture.
Yes.
That's awesome. And so it makes us need to say less, I think, if we keep in mind that stewardship is our obligation and that we understand the legacy value of making progress on big picture issues, then it's a whole new world.
Good. So we're hearing basically, again, those top 3 were the ones that I heard mostly. And Mayor, absolutely, I think public safety, water, anything dealing with infrastructure still goes back to council for years now have been saying, hey, these are our priorities. And I definitely believe that that's exactly our core service. This is why we exist, right? To provide public safety, to provide the infrastructure for use for our citizens. And Tommy, you're about to say something, and I...
Over the weekend, as I've been thinking about all of this, it at least dawned on me, and you just used the 2 words that I'm going to start with, core services. That's public safety, that's water, that's wastewater, that's streets.
Yes, sir.
It created a question in my mind, do we really need to call those priorities when in fact, if we agree that they are core services, we need to focus on those
matter what.
almost regardless.
No matter what, yeah.
No matter what. So then, what, we're going to do those things. What do people assume they're going to get when they pay their taxes? Public safety, streets, water, wastewater. They assume they're going to get that. So then, what do we have to accomplish those things?
And that's what it comes down to.
And that is the biggest asset that we have, and that is our employees. I hope we put an absolutely the brightest spotlight on our employees, their compensation, their professional development. To Karen's point that she just made, this is my sixth, seventh, how it doesn't matter. This is the most hopeful and excited I've been about what can come of this for the organization, and not only the organization, but for the community. To Tom's point earlier, really the reason the seven of us are here is to try to make an impact for the betterment of our community. And if we will keep the core services in mind, but then take care of the assets that make it possible to take care of those core services, our employees and the tools they need, that goes to technology, that goes to not only monetary but non-monetary things that might make their lives better. So I hope we put an absolute laser focus on our employees my last 2 years here. To me, that is extremely important. And I know we can't get there in 1 year with respect to compensation, but let's make an absolute valiant effort to put something in place that we can begin moving toward over the next 2 to 3 years. I would like to be able to, in 3 to 4 years, have people looking at Sanangelo and say, there's the best practices right there in municipal government is Sanangelo, Texas. If you want to know how to do this, just look at Sanangelo. If you want to know somebody that's doing this well, look at Sanangelo. It also occurred to me, Daniel, you have got some really, really bright, but not some, a lot of really bright people in this organization. Good people. The thought occurred to me, I'll bet you could gather some groups of those people and task them with looking at your processes and coming up with ideas that may not involve money at all, but may be able to create some efficiencies within the organization because they do it every single day. They know what might make things better for them and within their department and ultimately spread across the organization. You know, I bet you got some people in your departments that would raise their hand and say, I'd love to work on that with you. And it might not be the usual suspects. It might be the person that just keeps their head down and really is not that well known or visible because all they do is they just do their job. So anyway, I am excited about what this holds. I
think
really
even
am.
looking at my notes for a high-performance organization and what that means, and that does mean the best practices, and it means there is a lot of excitement. I know that with this council right now, there's more of an openness, right, to really explore what we should be looking at and making improvements in areas where we know we should be making improvements on. And again, I really sense it from this council, and here's an example of that. 3 days. You guys gave us 3 days, for this workshop, and we really appreciate that because really that gives the directors an opportunity to come up here and talk about all the things that are important to them. the goals that they have, that was huge for them. And that shows that at this point, we have a council that's willing to listen and say, hey, we want to move forward and make the city better. And we all do too, working together. And you're absolutely right. There's a way to do that, to create that culture with a high-performance organization. But it starts, Tommy, with telling your staff, you're important to us. You know, you're requesting staff to come together and come up with all these great ideas, which I think that everyone here would be willing to do that. But we also have to tell our staff, we are prioritizing you too. We're placing value on you, and we're showing it at this point. In order to have a high-performance organization, you have to show first and foremost that you value that staff. And you just nailed it, Tommy. And that's what it comes down to, is saying, hey, let's pull it together. Let's do what we can for our staff, and the staff will do everything they can for the city as well. So we all have to work together on that. So absolutely, you're talking about core services. We do know what the core services are. We could break that down. As a matter of fact, part of what I've talked about earlier is doing the service audit, right, to determine what services we provide. We could start off with the core services from the very top and say these are the ones that we provide, all the way down to the ones that really aren't core services. And make sure that we concentrate on the top core services, and we develop plans for each one of those and how we're going to move forward. But you're right, we know what the core services are.
You know, it also occurs to me, and I was a part of this, and I'm going to apologize to you publicly, Daniel, for not empowering you as the CEO and the city manager to do some things that just need to be done from an organization standpoint. I sense from this council the support, and when I say empower, to me that means support, and that cuts across all lines. That would be employee improvement in compensation, employee improvement in their development, professional development, but I don't think we did that as well as we could have or should have in the past. So over the next 2 years, I hope to give you the support you need to literally lead this organization as the CEO. The council is here to set policy. And to me, a policy direction is absolutely suggesting, if not telling you, pay these people, pay them well. Develop them professionally well. To me, that's a strategy, but it's also a policy decision that falls within our purview, that we make that decision as a policy. So I want to empower you to do these things and support you to get these things done over the next several years.
Thank you, Tommy, for that. And I want to make sure that my staff is empowered as well to make the decisions they have to make their departments much better as well. So I do appreciate that. I think, of course, the past is the past. Really, all I want to look at from right now with this council moving forward and with my staff, which y'all mentioned, we have a very talented staff. I'm very blessed to work with the staff that, quite frankly, is the sharpest that I've ever had been blessed to work with. So we can pull this together, and we know we have a lot of challenges, you know, especially when it comes to revenues. We know that there's a lot that we have to address as far as planning financially, but we can do it. We can pull it together. And what I'm hearing right now is the compensation plan, anything that has to do with employees, the training, and everything else, sounds like a top priority at this point. And with that, I know that we can all work this together and make that happen as well. It may be a phased approach, of course, but within the couple of years or 3 years, we can make that happen. Yes, sir.
So I think one thing we hadn't put on there, what pays for it all is economic development. So I'd like that to be a line item on there too, please. Harry, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
You know, Daniel, what I love about this whole process, someone will say something and then we're on the same page and we tend to amplify that. And going back through a lot of the weaknesses in these different departments that the staff has, that they've noticed and put into really great description, can be solved. Not just, I mean, money doesn't solve everything. I wish it did. But they know what they need. But like the crime will go down if we have more officers on the street. A lot of inefficiencies occur when you have burnout and overused anxiety. And believe it or not, when even the equipment will suffer. I had that in my company. We were all burned out. And that's when a wreck occurs, a lot of different things. I agree with you that we need to celebrate and take care of who got us here. Without the staff, we can't have a city. Without the citizens, we cease to exist.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
But I do believe, and I said this, I think the first day that we did this, we have the opportunity to be the most consequential staff in city council in the last 20 years. And I firmly believe that we're on it. It's like a veil has been lifted. There's a sigh of relief. And Tommy, I believe you nailed it, that we have this unique opportunity, and we're not going to screw it up.
We're not.
We're
not.
Y'all got us here, and we're going to empower you and put San Angelo back on the map. All right, let's get to it.
Mary, thank you, man. Appreciate that. And I know, Harry, you had some comments.
But I've been waiting patiently. If you know me, that's probably not a very good word, so. But what I'd like to say is, Mr. Hebert can wordsmith very well. What he said was absolutely correct. We've got to invest in our employees. Let them do what they do best. But we heard it last Tuesday and Wednesday from almost everybody that made presentations. We need to look at best practices, priorities, procedures. Almost everybody said the same thing. So let's let them do that. And Tommy said it well, and that is, maybe that person that's been over the corner this whole time is a person that wants to jump in there and lead that type of thing. One other thing that I think we need to not lose sight of, and I know we don't have unlimited resources, but we need to continue to look at what our assets are outside of the people, what our assets are in the town, and make sure that we are investing in those assets or allowing some of our public partners to come in and invest in that, because when we do that, I think we'll increase our sales tax. Anyway, thank you.
I'm a little bit of the pushback. We also need to speak for our constituents. And so part of that is property taxes. It was said a couple times today, well, it's only 3.5% increase. That's only if you've lived in your home for a long time. Anyone that's bought in the last 5 years is paying way more than 3.5% on average of what they were 10 years ago. So that's one thing I don't think we look at. We got to look at both sides, right? I try to do that. I try to be the mediator. So I also want to show how all the pay disparities here, that's across our city. So there's a lot of people that are still struggling day to day. So what I would like to see more is kind of like Harry touched on there at the end, the Coliseum coming up, our Texas Bell Street complex, all of our city things that can bring in revenue, utilize those way more. They are underserved, underutilized. Youth sports is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and we have hardly any of it in San Angelo. We have a lot that would participate in it, but we don't have any of that money coming in.
Okay.
You go look at Midland, you go look in Hobbs, you go look in Clyde, Texas, Portland, Texas. They're building hotels around their youth sports facilities because of how much money is coming into that city. And I don't know if that's we talked about some of the partnerships. Some of that we may need to get with the hotel organizations and get with the restaurant organizations and be like, okay, here's the ideas we have. How can we all work together to bring more outside money in to pay for all this? Think of all the money that could come in that's not having to come out of our citizens' pockets, but it's coming from outside, the people that are willing to pay for that. Property taxes, if you want to own a home, you have no choice but to pay that. These people are willingly going and paying that money. That is their discretionary income. So to me, it's just a better fit to bring that money in to utilize it for a lot of this extra stuff than trying to take it out of our own citizens' pockets any more than we have to.
So basically, you are talking about all the revenue-producing assets we have to make sure we maximize that.
Maximize them.
Okay.
Way more than they ever have been.
Absolutely.
Put that under economic development. I mean,
Yeah.
creating things to bring these people to.
Absolutely.
Well
Okay.
said, Patrick.
Joe, yeah.
Complex. Shannon.
I like to agree
Shannon
with it
is a
all.
complex.
It's all very correct that everybody said. Water, we can't do anything without water.
Yeah.
So we have to keep that on the forefront. And I think we've got a pretty good view of it and where we need to go. But again, yeah, once we have that water, we got to take care of the city. And we have to take care of those employees. I have a business that's a big issue. If you don't have those employees, it's hard to get things done.
Yeah.
But you also have to pay for it.
Yeah.
So again, that kind of reiterates what Patrick said is the revenue, sales tax to try to pay for better stuff.
Thank you, Joe. I think that what you and Patrick just said as well, that's part of what staff would work on, because we do understand it. We still go back to our conservative ways no matter what. I mean, when we budget, we always look at everything conservatively, though. So it really matters when we start talking about really studying our services to determine what we should be providing. And also, we are maximizing, we're talking about fees earlier. I was doing in my presentation is that we are currently charging fees that don't even cover our cost of service. There's certain things that we're doing, so when it comes to revenue-producing assets, it's even the departments that really aren't considered an asset, but they actually provide that service. We want to make sure that we maximize that as well, just to the point of break-even. There's a lot that we can be doing. I'm sure I'm sitting, looking at staff right now, nodding their heads, saying, hey, there's certain things we've been wanting to do for years now, but there's been pushback, and I will say this because of politics a lot of times. You know, no matter what we try, if we are trying to balance out and just charge for the services that we're supposed to be charging, for instance, there's always pushback, you know, and because people don't want to pay more than what they have to. So we have to be mindful that a lot of what we would love to recommend, and we will recommend implementation on, is going to be very well thought out, and it is going to be fair. It's going to be a break even. It's going to be something that allows us to free up some of those monies in the general fund to be able to cover some of the things that we should be covering, which is employee pay and others, doing more infrastructure. There's so much we can do. But I agree with everything that's being said right now, and to unleash staff to really start working on it and come up with those ideas, that'd be wonderful. That'd be excellent. Any other thoughts?
This document's not complete. It's the key things that we can come up with today. But should something come and happen as a surprise or an initiative that we need to, a priority we need to take care of, it's still in there. I don't want anybody watching at home going, those are the only things we're focused on. No, it's a much bigger vision than that. But these are the ones we've identified today as being something we need to address, and great input as far as economic development and bringing people in. With that, I don't know if you want to go in these in detail right now.
We don't need to. I mean, at this point, really, the foundation is what we're looking for. And I think that I've heard enough from all the council members that actually express what I was hoping to hear, to be honest with you. And I think at this point, even that, we can develop goals for each of the things that you've mentioned up there and break it down into short-term or long-term. That's not a problem for staff to do that. But we needed your input just to kind of hear from you what's important to you, what's important to your constituents. And I think that we've gotten just what you see right now is a good start. And if something pops to mind, quite frankly, tomorrow or tonight, you're thinking about something, I definitely want to make sure that we address this. Let me know about that. Send it to us, and we can make sure that staff addresses it, and we develop a plan for that as well. Yes, ma'am.
Is it premature, since we're excited and hopeful, to ask for a public revisiting of accomplishments in a few months?
Absolutely.
Or on a schedule that we can designate? I don't know if quarterly might be too soon, but 6 months, I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be totally fine, absolutely. That, basically, I talk about KPIs, right? How do you measure your success? And absolutely, we can come back and say, this is what we've developed. And I think, if anything, we're going to need your support anyway for some of the things that we implement. But I have absolutely no issue with that. I think, if anything, that's accountability.
Everybody's looking at me.
You went for the mile.
I know there are constraints just due to things that are outside of city control. For those people involved in business, moving at the pace of government can drive you nuts.
Yeah. I'm crazy.
I've learned to live with it, Mary. I'm not going to tell you I like it, but I've learned to live, because there's things that we have to live within. But I say all that to say, in areas that we can move on more quickly, let's move on them more quickly. Let's hasten the pace on those things that we can hasten the pace on, and not sacrifice quality or excellence. But I think that would make an impact on attitudes. Community-wide, I think council, and even our boards and commissions. So let's, to the extent it is humanly possible, let's move more at the pace of business than the pace of government.
Shows good faith.
And we can. We can. We've got good minds here, and we are all pumped and ready. I don't think that's going to be a problem. I actually think the staff that I've talked to, they can't wait.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you know, making a thoroughbred a plow horse. That's not what they are. They need to. I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up. So forgive me. I've had a lot of comments and actually calls on the retirees on their compensation part. Can that be revisited? Because I don't
like
really.
Their insurance, you're talking about their.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know we didn't just cut it completely off, but is there, my concern is that when we make a commitment, that we stick to it. And from what I'm understanding is that we backed off of that a bit. We didn't?
No, we
It
didn't.
didn't change?
I know
We spent nearly $500,000 going back in and providing a benefit to those retirees that said, hey, we came on, and somebody, finance, HR, Veronica, help me, Kimberly, we went back in, and the cost of that, when the Inflation Reduction Act terminated, our carrier couldn't fund that anymore. We went back in and made a decision at council to refund that. Veronica, why don't you come in and touch base? I don't need you getting the wrong information. I need you to know before you got here what we did.
Well, exactly. 'Cause
Let's let Veronica speak to that right quick.
I can get with her.
No, I think it'd be, if she can touch it real quick.
And are you referring to what occurred last year during the benefit process? Kimberly
Yes.
might be best to speak on that in detail. I wasn't here during that time. But yes, it's my understanding that there was going to be a significant increase in cost for the retiree benefit, and so that was something that the city funded.
That's correct. We saw a 63% increase to the cost of retiree insurance. And we planned on sharing a portion of that cost with the retiree. Unfortunately, due to some legislation and some laws that we were unaware of and our consultant at that time was unaware of, we were not able to make that transition for the retiree to contribute to some of that increase. So the city did take on the full cost of that. We do have a plan in place for that retiree contribution and possibly their plan to change in the upcoming year.
Thank you.
And we can get you some more detail on that.
That-
too, Mary,
okay.
just to make sure
But
It was about $500,000, wasn't it, Kimberly? I mean,
Yes.
574, wasn't it?
Yeah. We'd be happy to,
Yeah.
have additional discussions with you, kind of walk you through that process. And we're actually coming up to open enrollment again. And so we do have a different consultant now. They're going to be going out to bid for every benefit service. And that includes for employees and retirees, whether it's pre or post 65. So you'll be hearing some more information on that.
Well, I'm proud of y'all for doing that. That's goes back to that perception of some people, and when I don't know, you know, I don't know what I don't know.
Sure, yeah.
On things.
And Mary, but you know now that you can absolutely come up to us, and we'll sit there for as long as we need to, just to make sure we go through the details with you.
That's great,
And
Daniel. No,
absolutely,
I just, when they were, I had, golly, I got caught flat-footed because I didn't know the answer. And so anyway, thank you for allowing me that, what is now a stupid question.
No, it's not. No.
Bring up a discussion with you on something you weren't here to see, it's not right. It's,
Well,
the staff here did a great thing and stepped up and provided a benefit to people that are not even eligible for that benefit any longer, are the ones that took care of it to make sure we held to our word, so.
Well, good. Thank you all.
With that said, I know that what we have up there, actually, what I'd included in my goals, what I presented earlier, covers a lot of this, actually covers all of it. But we will, Tommy, as you mentioned, look at, especially there's a lot of low-hanging fruit, there always is, you know, you can start looking at and move at the speed of business. At times we get bogged down by regulatory things, you know that we'll face. But the things that we can move faster on, we want to be able to move faster on as well. That's good. But again, I think that we have the feedback we need at this point to kind of move forward. And I do understand that as far as some of the goals that we've talked about, sure, why not come back half year and say, hey, this is what we've done, this is what we worked on, and we just do a quick follow-up to let you know this is what we're. Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. You know, you start out, you set a policy that sounds great, and then if you don't follow through, I mean, that was just wasted time. So I love that. It's a scheduled monitoring, if you will, you know, and the citizens will appreciate that. And it's a good accountability tracker.
Okay, with that then, I think we're good. We do have lunch right now, and we have the Animal Task Force coming in here at 12:30 to do their, again, go over the recommendations again, so we have a little bit deeper discussion and kind of give some feedback from council direction moving forward. With that, let's take a break for lunch.
Wonderful job, Heather.
back there.
Are they off now? Oh, green, red is off.
Keep them in frame, it's off.
Let's get everybody settled in so we can get started for the afternoon. So we are going to be discussing the animal shelter. We do have the animal task force here today. Thank y'all for joining us. I know that y'all did a presentation back in May. It was a really good presentation. I thought really great recommendations as well. But we wanted this opportunity to really sit down with y'all, and we do have brand new council members. So we did print up the recommendations. Y'all have them in front of y'all, so we can kind of have a discussion about that and kind of move forward. And Judge, I know that you're the chair of the group. If you would like to kind of kick it off and start talking about the group and what those recommendations are.
Okay. I'll be glad to do that. Thank you. I want to thank all the members of the task force for being here today to take some time to be back with us. And we did go through the recommendations at the council meeting. And of course, we took a lot of hours and put it into about 20 minutes of presentation. And so today we can answer a lot of questions that you may have. Real quickly, we can just go over some of our recommendations, and then you can take your questions from that point. Understanding and knowing that we have reasons why, so if you have questions on any of our recommendation today, we're more than happy to explain why we're making that recommendation and the purpose of it. You know, when we were put on the task force, we were told to look at what was the problem and then come up with solutions to the problem. And of course, when we looked, one of the first things that we found was, yes, do we have a problem with dogs running loose in San Angelo? The estimate that we have, that there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 36,000 dogs in the city of San Angelo. On any given day, there's over 500 dogs a day that are running loose in the city of San Angelo. And some people, I've had people say, well, how do you know that? I know that because of these people sitting right here and a couple, three more that aren't here. And they literally went out and took pictures. And we literally started counting animals that we would see. And if y'all remember, and I didn't bring all my stuff, but if you'll remember at the council meeting, I showed you a packet that we had for 1 week. And in that packet, if you'll recall, was hundreds of pictures of dogs that were taken in that 1 week that were loose in the city of San Angelo. So if you would have told me that, and people did tell me that before we started this task force, I would have said they don't have a clue what they're talking about. But I guarantee you this group knows what they're talking about because they did the research that went into it. Now you just think about that, 500 dogs a day in the street. Well, you think about it on your way home tonight, I will be very surprised if some of you don't see at least 3 dogs running loose. And that's just on your way to your house. And so we have to look at that because what does that affect? That affects our public safety. Dog bite cases, the number of people being bitten are up. We've got to be able to resolve that. The number of dogs that we have at the shelter are up. We've got to be able to resolve that. With all these strays and everything going on, then there are some recommendations that goes along with that. And one of the first things we looked at was the city ordinances. Now, we're not recommending you bring in any other city ordinances because we've got city ordinances for just about covers everything. Now, we have recommended some minor changes to some of the city ordinances, but no major and not any new city ordinances. Because the whole purpose of city ordinances is to enforce the laws that you have, and those laws, along with the laws of the state of Texas, basically in the Texas Health and Safety Code, those are the laws that regulate animals in the state of Texas and in the city of San Angelo. And what we need to do is enforce those laws. That's what has to be done, is those laws have to be enforced. So then what is the issue there? Well, now we don't have enough animal control officers to do this. I mean, we're basically working with 2 at this period of time. We have 4 on the books. We have a supervisor. We have recommended that you go to 8. Now, we know because of your budget and your restraints that you have that right now probably isn't time to just add 4 more people and then 4 more trucks. But if we do this right, we don't have to do that. one of the things we talk about is shift work. You see the dogs in the morning when you're going to work, taking your kids to school. You see them on your way home after 5 o'clock, and that's when most people see them. So during the day, we don't really have all that much sightings and need for that. So there's no reason we can't go to shift work, 7 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night, something like that. And that would use 2 people, which would also use 1 truck. So we're not asking you to go spend hundreds of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars just to buy new equipment at this time, but we can do that as it is needed and necessary. As a retired employee of the city, I became very good at looking at how do we take this budget and make it work. And that's what we got to do with animal shelter too, is we've got to take what budget you have and make it work. So if we do that and we increase the number of animal control officers out there on the street, then we will be able to start bringing those numbers down, bringing them into the shelter. And then what do we do with them at the shelter? You know, we have to make sure that all these animals are spayed or neutered. We have to make sure that happens. Right now, the number of animals that are in the shelter versus number of puppies versus actual dogs, we have to make sure that's under control. How do we do that? Spay or neuter. How are we going to get the money to spay or neuter? Well, you have currently a budget that is going into adoptions and stuff. That money can come back into the city fund, and the city do their own adoptions, which they've done for years in the past. That will open it up to not only the shelter itself doing the adoptions, but other agencies in the community to help and assist with that. If the city charges fees for adoption, then those fees can go to help towards paying for the cost of the adoption. Also, spay or neuter is included in that. No animal leaves that shelter ever without being spay or neutered. Once we start that, we believe that it'll take somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 years for us really to make a big dent in this. But we have to remember the numbers. 500 dogs today in 10 years is hundreds of thousands of dogs. And so when we begin to spay and neuter and take care of that problem, then we start solving that problem. How do we do that? We have to develop a spay or neuter program. We talked about there are grants, there are things out here that the city can apply for in order to get money to do that. I know the city's received some money in grants before. We can do that. We've also talked to a lot of people about donations towards just doing spay or neuter. I believe it's very feasible to think that you could do spay or neuter funding off of some donations and easily collect $30,000, $40,000 a year that would help you with that program. Some of the vets that we've talked to are willing to work with us on that so that we can bring that at a reasonable price. We expect them, they're making a living. We know they have to do that. But they can help us with this program. We can develop that. Daniel and I had a discussion about asking the city to make donations, perhaps using through water bills, things of this nature, $1, $2. I just think if you get 1,000 people in the city of San Angelo to give you $2 a month, that's $20,000 a month. That's $200,000 a year you can use for spay or neuter. It's a donation program. It's a volunteer program, and we believe you can get funding through this and the grants that go along with that. When we talk about the adoption, if you do this and you charge the fee, then you won't have an additional charge for that because there may be a need for additional personnel. That would have to be evaluated by the city itself. And then y'all make that determination, but that could be done by the contract that you have at this time that you're paying some $70,000 for. That could be put back into the city budget to be used for that. So there are ways. Remember, we started off our program with the city council meeting by saying it's common sense. And what we've recommended is common sense, and how we fund it is common sense. You know, I don't think it's that big of a mountain for us to climb if we use the common sense base. And I don't expect you to come up with $1 million tomorrow to solve this problem. I don't think anybody on the committee does either. But there's a lot of ways that you can start making these steps that aren't going to cost you that much money in order for you to do. So if we take care of the spay or neuter program, we start adopting out the animals. No animal leaves that's not spay or neuter. We open intakes on the weekends because we have the personnel to do that. We have later times to do intakes, so we're doing intakes 7 days a week. We're getting animals off the street, not only during the day, but early in the morning and also late in the afternoon. We're using and rotating equipment that we have. That solves some of our problems. And then we later add another 2, and then we get that number up to where it needs to be. If we do this in a 5-year period of time, then that number of cost and expense should in fact start coming down. It's up to us to do the job in order to see that that happens. And so the better job we do, of resolving the issue for the citizens of San Angelo, the public safety issues, the problems with dogs running loose, diseases, can all be taken care of with this common sense approach. That's kind of just a recap right there. Yes, sir.
Judge, actually, this is for any of the task board members also. You mentioned the adoption part of it. And right now, we have a contract for the adoption portion of it. So you're thinking that one person, y'all, I mean, basically could do the adoption, but this actually kind of opens the door to anyone, any of the animal rescue groups to really come in and participate in assisting with the adoption part of it, or at least come in and pick out animals. Because the big concern, of course, would be right now we contract that, and we have another group, which is PAWS, is actually doing the adoption part of it. We want to make sure that we're looking for partnerships, really is what we're looking for. We want to make sure that we can get as many people involved as possible in this whole deal. And we have the definite animal rescue groups that we'd love to be able to hopefully to participate, even in the volunteer part of it. But we know that there's a lot that we could do in-house, but we would love to see that participation from everyone else. People that have an interest, especially in animals. And this group I see sitting up here in front of me right now, I know that y'all do. So on our part, it is possible to do it in-house with participation from all the animal rescue groups. The second question is this. So you say that you're recommending 4 ASOs at the get-go, but you understand that we do have constraints. So 2 probably would do the job. But you're talking about shifts, so you're not talking about initially getting ASOs throughout the whole city in different districts and what have you. You're just saying that at this point, you have the equipment and you can just do it in shifts by hiring a couple more ASOs, and they could actually handle the evening where animals are more visible, actually, and people are home. They can actually report them. And that's what you're saying at this point. You're not saying go ahead and hire 4 ASOs. You can do it by shift work.
Well, I answered that first. Yes, we want you to have 4 because we believe it's going to take that to cover everything. But we believe you can do 2 now. Even if you go into shift work now with that and then go into shift work with the other, you have 4 trucks already. So if you go shift work and weekend work, those 4 trucks will be enough to provide for 8 people. And we always have to remember there's vacation, there's sick, there's other things. So in essence, we're really, 8's going to give you 7 is what it boils down to. And understanding your budget restraints, we believe you can do it that way without a large cost. You're going to have a salary cost, some equipment cost, things of that nature, uniforms and such. But otherwise, you shouldn't be out of a big budgetary number for that.
Okay.
The answer on your first question, yes. These people sitting beside me, not me, because I'm not even close to an expert on anything to do with dogs other than how to feed them and take care of them a little bit. These people know those answers. And yes, they've already made a commitment by being on this committee. Yes. And yes, can they help you adopt animals and such? Yes, not just these people on the committee, but a lot of other agencies here in town that I believe are all willing to buy into this. I'll let y'all answer that question.
Well, I know, at least from my perspective, like at Cassie's place and stuff, like we're not looking to get a contract with the city. We don't want a contract with the city. Sure. We would like to volunteer and help lend knowledge and stuff like that. That's what we've always wanted to do. If there wasn't a contract for any vendor for the city, I would hope and assume that the current vendor that decides doing adoptions for the city, that business would be as usual for them, that they would still pull just as they are now, because they're more focused on shelter saving lives is their mission, and that's a good goal to have. Everybody's a little bit different. We're a facility-based, Critter Shack is a foster-based mostly, and so everybody's, what they're able to do, their niche is a little different, but there's a wealth of knowledge, I think, to help once there is a qualified shelter director in place, to have that program and build it from the ground up and have it to where the community is able to go in and adopt dogs and, you know, have a good repertoire, have a good system when it's done. But also, I mean, we've pulled dogs from the shelter. We've had to go through the vendor to do it when we've done it. But, you know, it's not a lack of wanting to pull dogs from the shelter. It's a lack of ability because we have 500 plus dogs on the streets in San Angelo every day. So just like the shelter gets people coming in trying to surrender dogs and stuff, we get all those phone calls and they hit up all of us before they go to the shelter to see if we have room, and we just don't most of the time. Sometimes we end up making room simply because we have to. If it's a medical case that we know we can help or a dire situation, but you know, you can't say yes all the time. That's just the reality of rescue. It's a sad reality, but it's the way it is. But I do believe that the volunteer base under a good qualified shelter director is going to boom. And you'll have these groups, rescue affiliated, people from our rescue, and all of them that are going to come back, and they're going to be walking these dogs, and they're going to be trying to help and stuff like that. And the things that they did before, where they went in and they raised money and got Coranda beds for all the kennels and stuff like that. The rescue is like the community in San Angelo is wanting in those doors to help how they can, and they're getting to some ways, but right now it's being kind of, you know, only through this passage type thing.
Okay, very good. I do want to say though that on our end, we really are looking for an opportunity to work with the community as a whole, because this is an issue that affects the whole community. It'll take the whole community really to come together and help make this thing really work for us. I know that we implemented the open intake. Y'all are still recommending leaving it open intake no matter what. It just stays that way, because the biggest gripe that we've heard is where more dogs are being euthanized at this point. What's your response to that as far as
when you close intake, that leaves the dogs in the street. And so their lives matter too. And if you go back to the presentation with the German Shepherd that was beaten, shot, you know, if that dog had been at least taken to the shelter, it would have had a chance. Rather than leaving the dog in the street to attack people, attack other dogs, attack people's cats, attack people's children. But intake has to remain open. And it may end up being more euthanasia, which is difficult, and nobody wants to talk about that. But it's better to euthanize a dog than to leave it out in the street dying or attacking someone.
Well, I wanted to say, everybody points out that the euthanasia number has gone up, but the number of animals that have gone through has gone up proportionally. So adoptions and redemptions and animals transported and pulled into rescue have gone up way more than the euthanasia rate. So for every, you know, I heard somebody talking about they've, you know, euthanized 100-something animals in the last 2-3 months or whatever. Well, there's 300 to 400 animals that have been saved that never would have even gone through that shelter. So, you know, it's a balanced thing. You know, yes, you are having euthanasia go up, but proportionally, you're also saving more lives. Animals that never would have even touched the foot of that shelter, never would have had a chance to get adopted, or their owners possibly find them and redeem them and get them back home safe. So the system is set up the way it's set up for a reason, and it works, but the focus needs to be driven away from just the negative of it.
Okay.
When we talk about volunteers can be used to help find fosters or help find other organizations. Like if you have a purebred dog, there are purebred rescues. And so a volunteer can be designated as that person who finds those, because I do it day in, day out. And so one person can do that as a volunteer.
Absolutely.
And they're always willing to help people.
Okay. Council members, I'm sorry, I know that I'm kind of asking a lot of questions right here, but if y'all have any questions for them? I know that you made a recommendation that we have ordinances in place that, quite frankly, they can just be amended and make some changes to the ordinances that'll make it stronger for what y'all are recommending. And I know that y'all have a list of those ordinances that you would like for us to consider as well, for city council to consider. We definitely would like to take a look at those moving forward and see what we can actually do as far as an implementation. But again, on our end, we're just trying to do everything we possibly can to kind of kick it off with the ordinances. Those are the kind of the quick changes that we can make if on our end. But when it goes back to the recommendations that would cost the city initially money, ASOs, hiring ASOs, is there another area that y'all recommend that we address that would cost the city money? I just want to make sure that we get that on the table because we're talking about budgets right now. There you go.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Can I get everybody's name here, starting with you on the end?
My name is Christopher McGuffin.
My name is Sharon Hoffman.
I'm Mary Golder.
Heather Hegwood.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's fine. In my opinion, excuse me, the most important thing the city can do, other than maybe enforcing the ordinances, is to put some money into spay neuter and education. We have partnered with Cassie's Place and have been doing low-cost, low-cost spay neuter for since 2015. And that's the money that is probably the most wisely spent money that you can do. It's not cheap, but it is the most worthwhile, and it's the most that will make a difference in the long run. If you want figures, we can help you with that. If you want vets pricing, we can help you with that, and we're willing to help with that. We actually came to the city several years ago with some proposals. So we're happy to help with spay neuter, ideas, voucher programs, funding, and in my opinion, that is the most important thing y'all can consider.
Okay.
And that goes along with education as well.
What do you think, and I know you said you could help us with some figures at this point, but what would you think would be a sufficient amount of money? I know that's just a kind of a guess game right now, but what do you think would be sufficient for a spay neuter program for a city our size?
When we started our voucher program about 4 years ago, it started very slowly because nobody knew what we were doing. We sold 30 the first few months, 30 vouchers. Last month, we sold 210. And if we had enough money, we could sell 500 a month.
Wow. About 500. So you would say, I mean, that would be a safe number to say about 500 a month?
500 a month would be a wonderful number to strive for, yes. Oh, per price, we do it differently than PAWS. We have negotiated with the veterinarians for a very fair price. And we chip in the rest of the fee. We sell the voucher for a portion of what the vet charges us, and our cost is about $49 per animal.
Okay.
That's what we pay. We split that cost. That includes the voucher. For a cat, let's say a cat, our voucher is $45. We pay the vet $75, and we provide the vaccines. So for $85. You're getting a cat that's spayed or neutered, vaccinated, and gets a pain shot. Dogs are more. So we pay the difference, and it's almost $50 an animal.
Okay.
So are you also paying the vaccine from the veterinarian?
We are paying for the vaccine because we can get it a lot cheaper than they can. And we think it's very important to include the vaccines as well as pain meds, especially for females.
Where is the difference coming from? Where does y'all's funding come from?
Out of the money that we raise.
There are people that have just donated. You know, we do St. Angelo Gives. We've got, funding that comes like from our owner at Cassie's who's been very generous. That's why we do what we do. And Critter Shack as well. I mean, it's about raising funds. It's about, big things like St. Angelo Gives. That's a huge part of what allows us to do rescue throughout the year and stuff. We personally don't do grants. I think y'all may do some.
We've gotten some small grants.
But
we just decided that it was our priority.
Yeah,
And that's what we're focusing on We still do rescue, but the spay-neuter part of our program is the most important part, so that's where we put most of our money. Currently, we're looking at $120,000 in the next year.
Okay.
For our costs together.
Yeah, because I was going to say that at $49 an animal, as far as what you mentioned a while ago, for the 500, you're looking at about over $24,000 per month in order to make the program work, so.
It's expensive, but it has just exploded. People, after they found out what we were doing, they line up, they come to, we sell it once a month, and they're lined up around the building.
Is there any criteria on who is available for those vouchers?
We do not turn anyone away. We did a study and encouraging the city to help us several years ago. About 80% of the vouchers we sell are within this, for people who live within the city. The other 20 are Grape Creek or outside. But 80%, anywhere between 78 and 82%, we're always within the city limits.
Sharon, do you have a group of veterinarians
We do.
that specifically donate to, or is it open to all the veterinarians or just a specific
If
team?
I had more money, I would add 5 more veterinarians. We've got 2 veterinarians who will work with us wonderfully and do any number of veterinarians, any number of surgeries for us. So with them doing an unlimited amount, we're good where we are, but if we had more funding, we could add another 5 vets. Yeah, and they would be willing to do so.
Are they local veterinarians or do they come in?
They're all local.
Okay.
I've got a question. It's 2 parts. You talked about the amount of the euthanasias would increase just because of the intake, it's proportional. We're considered a no-kill shelter, and I don't know the parameters that make up that definition. What does that entail, and what are the ramifications if you remove that moniker?
We've never been a no-kill shelter.
No, I'm talking about the city.
The city is not really a no-kill shelter. That requires a 90% live release rate. And to my knowledge, I think it's been reached once or twice.
And you said a
90% live release rate.
Live releases?
Mhm.
What that means is the doors have been closed and animals have not been allowed to come into the shelter because those animals may need to be euthanized. But the animals that are in the shelter, they can find homes for, or they can transport them out, and that counts as a live release. They transfer them to another facility, for example, Canada, and that counts as a live release.
Okay.
So, but the dogs that the doors are closed to, every stray dog on the street doesn't count. And that's a part of Best Friends Animal Society program that the shelter and PAWS have been involved with.
But the shelter's no longer involved in that with Best Friends, right?
I hope not.
I mean, that's a question. That's a question,
I
not a
mean,
statement.
I'm still hearing almost on a daily basis that people are getting told at the door of the shelter, if they try to find if they have a stray and they take it, that dog's gonna get killed in 3 days, just flat out.
Are you serious?
And the problem is it makes everybody that is an animal advocate in this community that's on Facebook and everything else look at, it's like, when the shelter doors opened, it was a good thing because there was actually a place for animals to go. But everybody else looked at it as, oh, you're just putting them in there to kill them. And then we try to educate them. We tell them, well, if it doesn't have a chip, then it's going to have 3 business days, not 3 days, 3 business days is what the ordinance says, to get reclaimed by owner. If it does have a chip, then it gets 7 business days. Or is it? Yeah, that's right. 7 business days to get reclaimed. Then it's eligible to be pulled by a rescue or adopted. And they're like, well, once that time limit's passed, they're going to be the first one. They said they're going to be euthanized. And it's like, no, it should be a rolling system. The dog that's been there the longest obviously would be the one that's at jeopardy of that. And from my understanding, it may be around 3 to 4 months now is when they might reach that point. But 3 to 4 months in the shelter, which is made to be a temporary facility, regardless, because it's a municipal shelter, is a turnaround time that gives that dog opportunity to be seen by the public, reclaimed by an owner, possibly pulled by a rescue or transported if it's to a good place. But I mean, if my little Yorkie got out, that's the first place I'd be going to look, is a shelter, because if you don't encourage people to use it, what happens is everybody just tries to keep dogs safe by giving them away and this and that online, and then your little animal's gone. You never get it back. because we've seen that. We've seen dogs show up 4 or 5 years later because somebody kept it, because they didn't want to take it to the shelter. And then you have to reunite this animal, and now you got to explain to the person, it's like, you kept a dog, it wasn't yours, you know, because you didn't do the process right.
You can Google no-kill. It has not worked anywhere in the country. It has been a disaster, and it's been what's happened here, and that is loose dogs on the street. I'm a lawyer. I get a call of a dog bite at least 2 or 3 times a week, and the people that own the dogs don't have insurance, and the people are going to Shannon, and they're having a $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 bill that never gets paid. So the dog bite issue is a real public health crisis, and it's that way anywhere where you have the no-kill moniker.
Well, and that's really, when you look at the animal shelter, the purpose for its existence, really, when you look at public health and safety, that should be our primary concern, no matter what. You know, we want to keep our public safe, and the way to do that is to ensure that the animals are off the street. We do have a heart, and I can tell you right now that if somebody finds an animal, takes it to the shelter, you know, if they want to participate in the foster program, the Good Sam program, they're more than welcome to do that. But if they say no, they don't want to do it, we're going to take the animal no matter what. We're not going to push it back on the street. Owner surrender, if somebody comes in and they want to surrender their animal, you know, we could recommend to them, you know, you do counseling actually through PAWS. We can do counseling through PAWS. But again, if they refuse to participate in that, we are not just going to allow them to take their animal back home, because more than likely, if they're done with the animal, they're done with the animal. Who knows where it's going to end up? So we have opened the doors. We have allowed for animals to come in that in the past we wouldn't have. But unfortunately, that does mean that there's more animals at the shelter. But we also know that the last thing we want is have those loose animals out there on the street. They could be a nuisance, or worse, you know, they bite someone and it becomes an issue, or worse, to kill somebody, right? So we want to do everything we possibly can to address that. So for us, as far as a city, public health and safety really is a key when it comes to the animal shelter, and that's one thing we want to make sure that we're securing.
There is an older gentleman that we're working with right now who kept a mother dog as part of the Mommy and Me program. They have 9 puppies. He's an older gentleman. He can't get help. He can't take the puppies back because of the way this program is written. He can't take the puppies to the shelter. He can't take them anywhere. He has to keep them. He has no means to take care of 9 puppies. He's an older man.
Why can't he take them back? I mean, why won't the
Because
shelter
that's part
take
of the
them?
contract, that you can't take them back to the shelter. You can't take them to the shelter, and PAWS won't take them in.
It's not, no. No, you can owner surrender, so. I'm seeing my staff back there.
I
saying
know,
that-
when I'm looking at y'all, I can see the staff. I'm not trying to call them out or
Yeah.
anything.
We
but
have that contract
There is a
that the people
100,
sign.
there's a 180-degree difference
Right.
in what y'all are saying
Right.
and what I'm seeing the staff indicate. And I'm not saying anybody is lying,
Well-
but there is a gigantic disconnect. Sorry.
What does the contract say if they were?
Yeah.
That they can't, if they keep a dog under the programs through PAWS, they cannot own or surrender the dogs. They cannot take them, if they adopt a dog, they cannot take the dog back to PAWS and cannot take
We're
it to
talking
the
about
shelter.
PAWS, we're talking about the animal shelter, though.
Yeah.
We're talking
right,
about our
right, but
animal
they can't take
shelter.
it to the animal shelter. If they adopt a dog and it doesn't work out, they don't take it back. And then this guy has 9 puppies that he can't take care of and didn't want in the first place.
Okay.
And he was just trying to do a good thing.
Did he ask to take all 9 puppies?
No, Mama had 9 puppies.
Okay, so those were his to begin with?
No, it was a dog he.
The mama was
it was
pregnant when he
a
got
dog
it,
he- A dog that was on the street that showed up at his house and had 9 puppies.
Okay.
So it may have been that he was referred to them as the vendor and that program, and that's how he ended up under contract with them.
Okay.
It's like if somebody finds a dog and they end up going to Critter Shack and say, hey, I'll foster this dog, you know, they can't just give the dog away or something. At that point, they're bound, like it's a Critter Shack dog. They're working towards getting an adoption for it or whatever. Now, Critter Shack, if something like that happened and the person's like, hey, I just can't do it anymore, they're gonna just go get the dog and find another foster and take care of it. But this, when you get into a situation of a mom that's pregnant or has puppies and a whole bunch of them like that, you get into, I mean, they're providing food, they're providing resources or whatever. So they're looking at eventually getting an adoption for that, but if the adoption doesn't come because we're overwhelmed with animals in San Angelo, then that ends up creating those kind of stagnant situations.
Let me try something a little bit different right now. So all of y'all have a copy of the recommendations?
not.
Oh, you didn't get a copy of it? Let me see here.
Thank you.
Now she has, she's got one.
Oh, she didn't
I just got it, yeah, thank you.
So, and I've left a copy of the recommendations up there as well for each one of you to have a copy. What I like to do is, because y'all are here, y'all put a lot of work into these recommendations. I like to go through each one of them just individually and say, okay, this is what we feel needs to happen to tackle the issue, the problem. Yes, ma'am.
Just like to ask a quick question. Since we're discussing the urgency of spay-neuter programs and the issues of trying to navigate various social programs or whatnot, the issue of puppies and uncontrolled breeding, do any of you by any chance have current information on the population of our shelter, percentage of babies to adult animals? I'd be curious.
We got that from,
Kim had it.
Kim
sent
had
us
it.
this week.
According to her, it's 37% of the population is puppies.
Wow.
37% of puppies.
That's under 6 months, under 3 months.
She has the dates on them.
Yeah, hold on one second. I think it's under 6 months.
Under 6 months?
Now, that's Pam's numbers that she received, that she got from.
I know when we went out to tour, it was very difficult to tell because the kennels that had puppies would have a litter of puppies, maybe 2 to half a dozen in them, and those kennels had no ID cards on them saying how many there were, what litter they were for, anything like that. So, and they were being kept in separate areas and like the quarantine room and stuff like that. But puppies in general should, shouldn't be in there very, very, very long, They should be the top priority to get adopted or get pulled out by rescues if possible.
Or perhaps prevent him from being born in the first place.
Yeah.
Sure.
The shelter is no place for puppies. Parvo is endemic out there. Upper respiratory infection in kittens, ringworm. There's all kinds of things that happen out there that are just very difficult to get rid of. Not letting those puppies be born in the shelter would be preferable. Puppies are kittens, in my opinion.
Okay, with that, what I was saying is, I know that we have the recommendations from all of you, and really, again, a lot of thought and work went into it. I want to get just a little bit more specific into each one of them. So when I mentioned the one that y'all recommend, like community safety, revise the city ordinances for clarity and effectiveness, including updates to definition and removal of outdated language. Y'all have a copy of that, and that's something that, quite frankly, that we would like to see, of course, so we can kind of go through it thoroughly and say, hey, these are some of the changes that we're recommending as well. And quite frankly, I know that I can tell y'all have them all right there too. There's quite a few of them, is that correct?
Yes, there's quite a number of
Mm-hmm.
them.
There was, I know, one of the ones I wanted to mention was, and it's an ordinance right now, is that we're supposed to have a city tag. All animals are supposed to be registered with a city tag. That ordinance didn't go away, it just quit being done.
Okay.
And the vets provide that information back to the city. Now, that's a way to generate revenue right there. That's city tags that have to be issued, but also it's an opportunity to create a database where every dog in the city is tagged again through the city, so they have a centralized database that they could have online, and then if every animal's required to be microchipped, you could easily just add their microchip information to that tag. So now you've created a database that could be looked up by police, fire, animal shelter, any of those things if a stray dog comes in, so they don't have to go online and look through the national databases. They could check first to see if we have it locally registered.
Okay.
And if that microchip number is listed with the city.
Okay.
So, Daniel, let me ask a question. How many animals, after they've been in the shelter and they leave the shelter or leave paws, don't have a chip in them?
Paws, they're going to have a chip because they're being adopted. If you're talking about an owner redemption through the shelter, they don't have to do anything. The city shelter, from my understanding, can issue them a citation if they want to, but it's,
So you're saying they're not chipped before they leave? You're saying they have a
if
voucher to
if
go
I
get
lost
chipped?
my dog and it's not chipped and I go to pick it up from the shelter, I have to pay the fee to get it out, but I'm not aware if the shelter is going to require me to chip it or not. 'Cause
Morgan,
it's-
did they require a chip? I need some clarification on this.
Can I tell a story? Okay.
Want Morgan to answer this question.
Morgan Chegwin, Interim Director of Neighborhood and Family Services. All return-to-owner pets are given a microchip before leaving the facility. If an owner refuses a microchip and they live in city limits, they receive a citation for failure to microchip. The only exceptions would be an owner coming to redeem their pet that actually resides outside city limits. We encourage it, but it's not required. Or a dog that is being redeemed out of bite quarantine and the bite was particularly bad and to a person. For those, we would make it part of their spay-neuter follow-up, that they've got to get that done at that time. So, and that's less than a dozen a month that are leaving by those means. So hundreds of dogs a month are leaving, a year are leaving redeemed by their owners with a microchip. It is the minority, the vast minority are leaving with no chip, no tag, no ID, and they are followed up with either through the court system with a citation or through the spay-neuter follow-up, which is also a citation.
So on that, if they're getting chipped, which is a modification to an animal, which is their own piece of property, why aren't we requiring them to be spay-neutered before they leave if that is a modification to somebody's property?
Yeah, the
Well, that is a legal
modification is
question,
not, yeah.
but you don't do a spay and neuter on the shelter premises?
No, but
all the
it used
time?
to be that
Yeah, by shelter
they had to be
staff.
done, it had to be done before the owner could redeem the animal.
At the vet's office. The animal was not released at the shelter. If you wanted your dog back and it wasn't spayed or neutered, it was go directly to the vet, and they had several vets, and you would go to the vet and pick it up there. So there was no question that it was done. It was never given back to the owner to have to do the spay neuter.
Right, so do our two vets, I mean, how would we get dogs to there? I get your point, but to get them from the shelter to the vet for the redemption, I think I have been told before that when you do voucher programs, things like that, a lot of times people don't ever redeem the voucher. They never come back in. I have gotten phone calls from people personally that they don't have the money to pay the fines or the fees to go get their dog. So this is one of the most complicated issues that just, it's a global problem, it's a national problem, it's only ours.
I think the way that the judicial system is set up about is you can, if I'm not mistaken, you can get cited for your dog not being spayed and neutered. Basically, it comes down to you can just go in and pay the fine, but you don't have to actively fix the situation.
I guess I can answer that.
Step in, Alan.
Has that changed? Because I was gonna tell, I had my dog, and it's been years ago. She got picked up. I found her at the facility. To get her back, she had to be spayed, neutered. So I said, well, I want my vet to do it. It got shipped to my vet. I went and paid my vet, and then I got her. She got a tag. It was before microchips, but I couldn't get her back without her doing that.
But before, and I don't know when it stopped being this way, but I can tell you, when I was actively out there from 2009 to 2013, that animal went in a city vehicle to the vet. It never any other way. It always, even when we took it as a rescue, we didn't take it to our vet. It was delivered by the city to the vet, and we would go and pick it up. And I don't know when that changed, but it did change.
And it wasn't necessarily the same day. I mean, they had to wait till the vet had an appointment available. But yes, we picked them up from the veterinarian after their surgery.
And that is the way it used to be. The city did take it. And that's what we're recommending now, is that, because once they go back to the owners, then you have no control over what happens to it.
Well, I see there's some steps and some policy there. The initial reason I had Morgan come up was to validate whether pets left there that were not chipped. And I heard that scenario exactly as it is. We do chip everything. There's very few instances where they don't. What I was getting at was that it was implied that we don't know if they ever get chipped when they leave the shelter. And I think we do. I think we do make an effort there.
Oh, sorry, that was a misunderstanding on my part. It does sound like that's
It was
being
huge
done.
misunderstanding on mine.
Does the city register all those chips?
Yeah, I was going to add that clarifying point that whether it's an adoption through Contra Valley Paws or an owner redemption with the city, those two different agencies register that pet's microchip to the new owner. And any changes that the owner ever needs to make, they can make that locally through us or through just the national database by calling the microchip implant facility. But not only does that animal get microchipped, it gets registered same day.
Thank you.
And the answer on judicially is that if we get it in court, the judges can look at that. And I can say that many a time, if you went and got it spayed or neutered, got it taken care of, brought it back in, I was very apt to let you go or place you on a deferred disposition that if you get it done, it automatically ends up as a dismissal. If you don't agree to do that, then we can fine you. That's all. We can't order you to go do that unless you agree on a deferred disposition or something like that. So judicially, we don't have the authority just to make them do it, but we can use that as part of the sentencing phase of whether they have or whether they haven't done that.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Judge. Alan, we'll go back, Daniel will go back to your questions on suggestions.
Yeah, again, just for a clarification, again, you mentioned that first item that was a concern to you in the ordinance or the amendment that you would like to see was that part as far as the tagging. Any others in particular that you felt, if you want to just kind of cover those and see what we on our end need to be working on?
Well, I don't think there were really any huge changes to the ordinances, but we did recommend that spay-neuter be at 6 months rather than 4 months, because that was what the vets recommended as health-wise for the animal.
Okay.
We also did recommend on that to, hold on. Yeah, there should be breeder permits for those people who are breeding dogs, and there hasn't been one sold in 2 years.
Okay.
And so we did recommend upping the price of that and active enforcement, because you can look on Facebook all day long and people that are selling puppies who obviously don't have breeder's permit. And so.
Okay.
Nobody's listed, but everybody's got one.
Yeah.
I don't
go
mean
knock
that
on the
bad,
door.
but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
there are difficulties. We make rules for a population, not an individual, and it's so hard to enforce some of these things in those situations. I didn't mean for that to be a pun, but I'm just saying, there are things that are difficult to do. It's easy to say, but it's very difficult to implement. We'll have to take those opportunities.
But they're on Facebook and they'll talk to you. Oh yeah, my puppies are at X address. It's like, okay, not. Here's your citation.
I have two questions.
I wanted to add, just real quick, I think the reason that all this started, a lot of it, is because, like what you're saying, the people online, I don't care, whatever. In 2015 and stuff is when the no-kill movement hit, and everybody, we're going to start spay microchip, and that's going to get it. And so shelters started modifying their behavior, and slowly intakes went down, but spay-neuter didn't necessarily go up, because the general population, you could talk to people now, you could probably talk to somebody that doesn't know their dog has to be microchipped or spay-neutered. People within the community of animal rescue and stuff like that, they're very aware and they're encouraged by it. But so you've had almost a decade now of where a policy was put in place that's supposed to counteract the euthanasia, and so shelters start closing intake, so euthanasia goes down, but the population on the streets went up. I think we can all agree 7-8 years ago, it was random that you saw a dog running around in San Angelo. Sure, certainly not in packs, like on Sherwood Way or in Southland or anywhere just about. There were some places, yes, but it's like those were the ones where all the rescues were out there fighting to get this dog, because there's a stray dog over on 32nd Street and everybody's setting out traps and food and everything. Now that's all over town every day. And so as the intake closed, it started with going from county to city and this and that and everything. It's made it to where we have more dogs, because euthanasia is not happening, because there was 5,000 to 8,000 dogs being euthanized a year, or animals here at our own shelter. And then it just kind of stopped. And so you shut the doors, the animals aren't coming through, they're still out there, they're still breeding. and they're just growing and growing and growing. And then we shut off all the surrounding areas, so they go from us to being dumped out in all those areas, but we're not helping those areas anymore. They don't have a place to even bring them in. And so it's just caused a problem that just keeps escalating. So opening the shelter, that was the first real positive thing that I think has happened in a long time.
One other change was about definition of an owner, because now the definition of an owner is if you have a dog for 3 days, it's yours. You got to spay neuter it, you got to vaccinate it, you got to chip it, you got to do all those things theoretically that are required under the ordinances. We're recommending that be stretched to 10 days because that lets a finder make some effort to place that dog, either through breed rescue or keep the dog themselves or whatever. But let's go 10 days rather than 3 days. That encourages people to make efforts to find the owner or to place the dog.
Okay, very good. I know, Karen, you had a question a little while ago.
What's the definition of a breeder in our ordinances? Because we're a farming and ranching community. Everyone here understands showing an animal through 4-H. Those animals are special to those kids and to those families. They're a very specific breed. They are shown in narrow categories. They aren't just, I had a cute goat, and so I bred it to my neighbor's cute goat. Can somebody speak to that? I don't know the answer.
I have the definition here. So an owner of an unaltered dog or cat that sells, trades, or gives away the offspring of an unaltered dog or cat. It's the definition for an animal breeder.
It doesn't have to be a purebred. It can be, the Border Collie and the Lhasa accidentally.
So does this breeder thing only pertain to dogs and cats? It's not goats and all that? Okay, good.
No, it's
Karen threw us off with a cute goat, so it's
I can't hear.
And we looked at the breeder's permits that were issued. There were none issued in 2024. There were 10 issued in 2023, and those were primarily pit mixes. There was only one that appeared to be an AKC breeder, a dog that was going to be registered. And not that that's one way or the other, but these are dogs that at least somebody was paying the breeder fee. But the breeder, you have to re-up annually. And if you look at Nextdoor, Facebook, there are people selling lots of dogs out there. They're selling them still in parking lots.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I know, so you covered, we're at the owner definition. What's the next one on there? You have another one on there that you'd like to cover on the ordinance part of it? Those probably the big ones?
No.
Okay.
Potbelly pigs don't need rabies vaccines.
Yeah, we took potbelly pigs out.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, in Paris.
Okay. So the next one you have on recommendations under community safety is strengthen enforcement of existing city and state laws concerning endangered animals, strays, intake procedures, and spay-neuter requirements. We've talked about the spay-neuter part of it as well, so far. Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on item B?
I think one thing on intake is we talked about making sure, well, for the ACOs and for the staff working there is, let's try to utilize things like body cameras and video systems and recorded phone calls and everything, so we can have a record of all these things, so we can really get good numbers and crunch how many people are trying to bring in animals, how many are being adopted, but also it's good for the city. If somebody comes in there and doesn't act properly, or their animal is aggressive or something, or does something, you've got a permanent record to protect liability for the city and the shelter workers by having that stuff. We body cam up our police when they go out to do things. I think that this is no different. I think it encourages good behavior by the citizen, but it also encourages good behavior by the employee as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think under section 3.01.012, we talked about it says the exception to a spay-neuter requirement is animals transferred to another animal shelter or qualified rescue that provides an application to the city agreeing to follow all state and local laws. And we had said that needs to be all animal that all animals need to be spayed and neutered before they leave the shelter.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I think on that is, what we discussed earlier, is we believe that number does need to go to 8 in order to allow you to do this in shifts that'll provide a good coverage of the city, not only in area, but also in time, and allow for an opportunity for us to be able to do a better job of intake, because opening intake is a big answer to taking the animals off of the street. And it was also part of the reason for changing the ownership ordinance, is because if I got that dog on Friday and I couldn't take it to the shelter until Monday, by law, that became my animal.
Yes, yeah.
So we did that in order to solve that issue also. So that was one of our recommendations there.
Can I ask a question? Is intake open to cats? Because I'm hearing more from people saying that they are not, that intake is closed as to cats. Is intake open to cats and dogs at this time?
When I specifically did the intake, it was for dogs.
Just dogs?
Yes, ma'am, it was for dogs.
So it's not open to cats?
I'm sorry?
Owner relinquish is not open to cats? I had somebody tell me that they were told.
No,
it's not open.
my charge to my staff was dogs, because that was the issue that we're faced with at that point.
And they were told cats were just allowed to roam, so that people dumped the cat out down by the river.
No, I mean
That's
again,
what
on our end, what we're doing is the dogs. We're not doing, open intake is not for cats. Is that correct, ladies? Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm.
Well, that's leading to cats.
The February 27th policy change was specifically to the intake of dogs.
Correct.
So people bringing in cats, they may participate in Good Sam.
Mm-hmm.
They are referred to Second Chance program for rehoming cats that they own. But there's no open intake for cats under the current policy. We do take in a good many cats, but we do encourage participation in Good Sam and do refer to Second Chance for owned cats.
I think cats pose a public health problem just as much as dogs do, an overpopulation of cats. And we have that here. If you read next door, which all people talk about are cats in their yard, stray cats in their neighborhood, people feeding stray cats. I don't understand why cats are not a public health issue as well as dogs.
Again, initially, what we were addressing were the dog bites and the risk associated with that, because that was what was coming back as far as a lot of the reports, was the fear of the loose animals, loose dogs that could attack or were attacking, and that's why we took immediate action, or I took immediate action to make sure that I opened intake specifically for dogs. Now, for cats, that's something that on our end, the city council members, we take a look at and say, hey, yes, that's what we want to do as well. But initially, it was just the dog population, so, okay.
And Mary, I think we looked at that one time where we talked about feral colonies. We did some funding for some feline feral colonies in the past, and when you take one out, they usually get replaced. So you can expand on that a little bit?
So when a cat comes into the facility, about this time of year, more than half are neonatal kittens. And so to the extent the finder is able to participate in Good Sam or transition to foster through Contra Valley Paws, that's ideal to keep them healthy. But to the extent the individual can't do that, we certainly take them in. Right now, this time of year, the minority of cats coming in are mature cats, and so they are slated for SNR, and that's explained to the person at the front counter. Look, unless this cat is a nuisance in its neighborhood, meaning that it's biting people, it's aggressive in some way, but if it's simply a community cat, it does run through our SNR program. So the city funds to pay for that spay, neuter, and rabies vaccine and FVRCP vaccines have been fully expended, and our rescue partner, Contra Valley Paws, is currently pulling all those cats and spay neutering them. That is at risk of their funding and not being able to do it any longer. But right now, all mature cats, unless they're a nuisance, unless they're a problem in their home neighborhood, are being put back in their home neighborhood, spay, neutered, vaccinated.
So where are those feral and non-feral? Because this could be a cat that somebody just left out of an apartment that is being considered a feral cat, but it's not a feral cat.
Any community cat.
So it's just
They're spay, neutered, and returned to their home neighborhood.
Where are they taken?
To their home neighborhood, to the address where they came in from, quite frankly,
All of them?
unless they become sick or are a nuisance. In which case, we're still honoring the 3-day stray hold, so an owner may come forward for their cat, or we seek medical treatment for the cat. But, so I can't say all of them go back home, but the vast majority. I'm sorry?
They don't take them outside of town and put them in places like
Absolutely not.
Christoval? No?
What about tame cats that are owner surrenders?
Well, those are referred to our second chance program through our rescue partner, Contra Valley
But they're
Paws,
not-
because we do not have open intake for cats.
So you're not taking any cats?
No, we take in hundreds of cats. Of course, we take in cats. There is just coordinated effort around cats. So if a cat is owned and the owner comes in and wants to surrender their cat, they're referred to the Second Chance program through Contra Valley Paws. They go through their process with it. Contra Valley Paws can recommend it for a shelter intake, and we do that process, or they can work on getting the cat rehomed directly from its home of origin. So the cats that are coming in are stray cats.
So I have a quick question, Morgan. How many at-large cats do you have? Let's say in May, did you get any versus dogs? How many at-large reports or something other?
Well, we don't take at-large reports for cats because they're allowed to free roam. So if someone calls and says, hey, there's a cat running around my neighborhood, we just vet it from there that, hey, the cat is allowed to do that. Do you know who's feeding it? I don't know right off. I apologize. But for dog at large, we received about 240 calls for dog at large in May. And for cats, essentially we received no cat calls for dog or cat at large because that's not a violation. That's
what I need.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how many injury reports from cats versus dogs?
I can get that to y'all.
I'm just curious, and Travis would know.
The number of
I've
people
never-
being bitten, it's by and large by dog.
Right.
And that was the impetus for the policy change in February, and that is stuff, we had previously reported to council that dog bites were on the rise and needed attention. So the number of cat bites reported are the large majority. I would say maybe 10% of our bite events that are coming in are from cats perpetrating a bite.
I have two questions. One, they get deferred over to Paul's, and then did you say that if Paul's decides the shelter needs to do an intake on a surrendered cat, then y'all take it in?
It's a recommendation. So Paul's.
So the vendor determines if a cat's intaked by the animal shelter?
No, I wouldn't categorize it that way. So PAWS has a checklist that they go through with the owner, and they're identifying, why do you need to owner surrender this cat? If it's something that can be solved, then PAWS wants to offer resources to solve it. Did you recently lose your job and need access to a pet food pantry? Is the animal experiencing some kind of medical issue that can be assisted through the Compassion Fund? PAWS is going to work through that process. But if there's no resources that could resolve the issue for the owner, PAWS lets us know and says, hey, we've worked through this whole process. There's nothing else we can do. We would recommend it for a shelter intake, and we contact the owner for next steps.
All right, so we've done a lot of Q&A here, but we need to keep it on task, kind of
I
where we're at.
apologize.
Thank y'all both for your questions. Daniel, let's go back to.
Yeah, absolutely. And so right now, the discussion we're having really is just to kind of address the dog situation. We can talk about cats later, but the dogs part of it is what I want to make sure that we shore up right now. And so, Judge, you had talked about the number of ASOs, and I got my notes on there as well, as far as from 4 to 8, but really even an additional 2, in shifts would work, using the same vehicles and what have you. So I do have my notes on that. I don't know if you wanted to add anything else to that part of it, item I-1C?
I really think that's just a thing that you're going to have to do based upon how you can fund it during that time. We do believe that 2 is 2 more additional and fill the open one that you have.
Okay.
But also, to answer that question, there is something else. If we're going to get good people to do that job, y'all need to look at those salaries. You're expecting people to do a job that is very dangerous, very difficult to handle, and you're paying them a very, very minimum salary in order to do that job. That job, they've got to learn how to go to court, they've got to learn how to testify, they've got to learn what elements of a charge are, elements of a complaint are, what it takes to file a charge. There's a lot of things they have to do. And I know people will make remarks about, well, you're a dog catcher and this kind of stuff. Well, there's a lot to that job. Not just the physical part itself, because there's a heck of a lot on the physical part, and I've seen these guys for 50 years and what they do. But they've also got to be intelligent enough and smart enough that in a lot of ways, they are acting in the same capacity as a police officer. They're out there taking that call. They've got to learn how to de-escalate. We've got to learn how to do these things. We've got to go back to educating them. Adam and I both agreed that between the police department and the court, they and the city attorney's office, we can train these people to do their jobs a lot better. But we've got to have the person with the ability to be able to do that. So you need to take a long look at the salaries that you have for those people and get them a decent salary so that we can obtain applications from people that will fit into those positions that can handle your neighborhood problems.
And Judge, as you mentioned, it's not just a neighborhood problem, it's also showing up in court and knowing how to handle that case, knowing that they're, what they're reporting when they're there at court.
But, they got to know what the laws are. I mean, you got when they're testifying, you got to be able to prove the four corners of that complaint, the elements that are in there. You've got to know what it means. You've got to understand what it means because you're the person making the charge, not the court, not the animal shelter. That person is the one making the charge. And I've seen it before when they didn't even understand what they were doing. That's just what they were told to do. And that's not what we need in our public.
No, it serves no purpose for us if that happens because then we really don't have a case at that point then. So.
That's right. That's exactly right.
All right, thank you for that. Let's move on to item 1D. 1D, if we can address item 1D.
Okay.
Implement structured occupancy management strategies, prioritizing owner redemption, adoption, and humane euthanization when necessary.
Well, and we hit on that earlier. We believe that we need people that prioritize what we have here, the owner redemption, the adoption. We believe the city needs to go back doing its own adoption program. Okay. We believe that will allow you to better handle this, will open the door for many other agencies to do more adoptions than just there at the city, providing the intakes, as we said before, making sure that we have that. We all know, and none of us like to put an animal down, but is it more humane to put an animal down or watch him get run over by a truck on the road and lay on the side of the road?
Or starve out there in the cold.
Or starving in the cold. The things that can happen. And none of us want to euthanize any of these animals. But we can't continue to have 500 dogs a day running around in the city of San Angelo. And we can give them an opportunity to come into our shelter, be adopted through there, be adopted through the other agencies that there are in the city. And if they don't, at least they have a place to stay and they're getting fed and taken care of until that time.
Absolutely.
So, yes, that's what we ask you to look at that. Animal welfare, spay and neuter. Spay and neuter is the answer. We can talk about picking them up all day long, and we've got to do that. But until we spay or neuter and cut down the number of dogs we have out there in the public that are out running loose, we're not going to solve the problem until we can solve that. And the way you solve that is spay or neuter. We need to throw in here, because Mary Golder for years was involved in education, and we need to get into our schools and we need to educate them about spay or neuter programs, about handling and how you take care of an animal, this kind of stuff. We need to be able to educate our public. We need to use whatever means necessary, the city's website, this kind of stuff. We need to educate the public that you find a dog, take it to the pound. This happens. We need all these things to be reiterated now over and over to the public, that it's there for that purpose and why we're going to do these things. So education has to become a very big part of that.
Okay. Mary, I'm sorry, Mary, you were about to say something a little while ago. So.
Yes, can I address why the city should take back the adoption process?
Sure.
It was very successful for years. And you have breed rescue working with when you get a qualified shelter director, they're going to have the opportunity to work with other rescues. The person that knows an animal best is the person that's responsible for the day-to-day care. And that's happening at the shelter. It is very awkward if someone goes to the shelter, walks the stalls, says, I want to look at this dog. Somebody from PAWS has to come over, get the dog, goes back to pause. That person doesn't have the day-to-day intimate knowledge of that animal that the shelter staff does. The other thing is, that is the most gratifying part of working at a shelter, is seeing an animal you've cared for go home with somebody. And if you ask your staff, to me right now, it's just a place where a dog goes to die. That's very demoralizing to your staff. They need the plus of seeing the good side of this. The shelter needs a big PR remake. People are afraid to take animals there because they're told their animal's going to die in 3 days. Not that we're going to take the animal, vet it, try to find the owner. It's going to have an opportunity to be adopted. They're being literally frightened, I believe, into not taking animals to the shelter. The city needs to see the shelter as a good place, a place where their animal can be found if they lose it, a place where an animal gets a second chance. So your shelter staff needs to be the ones that are involved in adopting animals. Thirdly, you are not going to find a qualified shelter director if they are not allowed to do adoptions. I've looked all over the country. Every single criteria is the directors want to do adoptions because, again, that's the happy side of animal control.
Very good points. Thank you for that, ma'am. Appreciate that.
That is, several times it's come up now that this 3-day rule, and is that hearsay or is that the truth?
No, that's the way it is.
That's the definition of owner in the ordinance. That's why we're asking that the ordinance.
No, I mean 3 days if a dog gets, no, not that. 3 days if a dog gets picked up and takes to the shelter, in 3 days it's going to be euthanized. Is that rumor or hearsay, or is that the truth? And I'm looking at the ladies there. Is that what you're doing, or is that just a amped up rumor?
By state law, there has to be a 3-day hold to allow time for the owner to redeem.
Okay, but I'm talking about if they get euthanized.
I don't know that answer.
The average citizen interaction is this. I found a dog, I bring it to the shelter, right? And we say, where did you find it? We want to confirm residency, how long have you had it, if it's an owner, it's whatever. We work through that process. Then we say, would you like to participate in our Good Samaritan process? And it's where we scan it for microchip, we vaccinate it, we provide all these services, but you hold on to the dog for a few days, and we have it already in our lost and found resources. So let's say you can't participate in that. We say, can you please stay with this dog's story? It's not your average citizen that is chasing down a dog they don't know, taking an hour out of their day, putting a strange animal in their car with them. This is someone who's savvy. This is someone who cares about animals.
Morgan,
So
to me, it's a yes or no question.
No.
If a person gets an animal that goes to and you say that people are afraid to go take it to the pound, animal shelter, whatever you want to call it, if they're afraid to do that because they're going to be put down in 3 days. Is that happening?
We are euthanizing dogs at 3 days, dogs with minor reactivity issues. That is true. But what the conversation with an average citizen, a finder of a dog is, thank you for advocating for this pet. We're happy to take it in. It will be at risk of euthanasia. Right now, our longest stay dog has been there about 5 weeks, and it's a young puppy. We're regularly euthanizing young, happy, healthy puppies for space and capacity right now. So if a dog came in today, it would be at risk of euthanasia by end of July. So not 3 days, but there is a very short, in my opinion, turnaround for capacity. So we do have that conversation to say,
so it's not
can
a
you
rumor.
please?
No, I think,
We don't say, please don't bring this dog to the shelter because we're going to kill it in 3 days. That is not a conversation. What we do say is it is at risk of euthanasia, even if it's a happy, healthy dog. Thank you for investing in this pet. Can you take it one step further?
This all kind of came about when we were running, and so we got asked about it a lot.
Yeah.
We had nothing to do with it. From my understanding, from what I understand, is the policy, legal-wise, is 3 days. Once in 3 days, you can euthanize.
It is eligible for any outcome.
But our internal policy is not that, yes, we're going to euthanize your dog in 3 days as long as it's a happy, healthy dog because we can. It's no, it's going to go into the process, and we still euthanize the ones that have been there the longest, not the ones that have been there a week or less. Those are only euthanized in extreme circumstances, like you talked about, like in 3 days.
You have to hold the dog for 3 days.
Right.
You'll have to be on the mic,
Right.
Heather, please.
And I think the public perception, and we talked about it, and we talked about PR as well, is that when it came out, it said after 3 days, they can be
It is
euthanized,
eligible.
and that's what everybody focused on. It wasn't that they will be, It was, no, it's still, we still euthanize as space is needed, not.
And that gap is narrowing.
Yeah.
Our length of stay used to be 2 months, used to be longer. So right now, to say that the longest stay dog at the shelter has been there for 5 weeks, I could come back in August and tell you it's been 3 weeks. I could come back in October and say it's 5 days.
Right.
So we aren't making the citizen any promise that this dog will be here until end of July. It is entirely based on intake and capacity, that we have no more than 180 dogs at any given time. So if we had a large natural disaster or a large hoarding case, we could get into, look, as soon as the dog's off its hold in 3 days, it's gone. But that's not where we are living right now. And that is not the conversation at the front counter. The conversation at the front counter is, this dog is at risk of euthanasia. Please continue to share. Please participate in Good Sam if you're able.
Is the 180 because of space?
The 180 is because of capacity. It's largely based on staff time. So it's not based on number of kennels. It's not based on square footage of the
Staff
building.
kennels.
It's based on NACA recommendations of 15 minutes per care per day per animal.
Okay.
So it's what the staffing is.
So are we at capacity as far as kennel wise as well at 180?
Every day. Yes. Well,
So to double
I don't
that
have
number,
empty
we would need
kennels.
double the staff and double the space?
I'm sorry?
I said, if we were to try to get that number to 300 or 500 that our dogs are on the street, would it take 3 times as much staff plus 3 times as much space?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay.
But do you want to put that many dogs in a temporary municipal shelter?
Obviously, we don't want that, but there's so many things that we have to look at, right? We're not directors of places. We have public safety, we have that to fix. So to help get them off the street, spay and neuter is going to take a while. Like all these recommendations, it's going to take years. So our immediate fix, how can we get there? And it sounds like she would need more staff and more space to get more dogs off the street and not have to euthanize within 5 weeks or 2 weeks or whatever it ends up being.
Sure.
There'd be a cost connected to it, absolutely, Patrick. Yeah, you could expand the size of the shelter, more staffing, but of course there's that cost connected with it versus, what is it that citizens want us to be paying for when it comes to the taxpayer dollar? Do they really want us to expand the shelter, hire more staff? It comes down to owner responsibility. It comes down to, there's a lot of taxpayers in our community that rely on other taxpayers that they're being irresponsible with their pets. And so all of a sudden you're relying on the other taxpayers that are being responsible with their pets. Well, worse yet, the ones that don't have pets are paying more and more to fund those type of services. And that's what I'm opposed to. I hate hearing that our other responsible citizens are having to pay more money to cover the cost for the ones that are being irresponsible.
Yeah.
So that's my issue.
Question.
And in your,
Go ahead.
in your, during all your research, did it ever come up about maybe having a vet on staff? And is that?
Sure, I believe there was a period of time when there was a vet on staff, and that you could do your spay and neuters that way.
Yeah.
Right there on location.
And we recommended that be reinstated.
You recommend what? I couldn't
We
hear.
recommended that again, be a part of the be a part of the
Okay, because I asked y'all that. Everyone else that I've talked to, they say no, that's a bad idea, it didn't work. And and this is what I
It's not
found
easy.
curious, is that the vets in town, they're against it. And I don't know if that's because it cuts into their revenue, because again, here we are at a 180, I hear.
Yeah, no, that's a rumor. That is not true. It does
So
not-
the
it does
vets
not-
in
it does-
town
it
would
does-
prefer that we have our own spay neuter
Yep.
in-house?
There's plenty of dogs and cats to go around
I
to all
figure,
the
yeah.
vets, and their jobs are not in danger. But there are 2 vets who have said that they would come in and help the shelter on a part-time basis.
Meaning, if we set up like an OR,
And the other thing is, right now, to get a spay surgery, you're waiting 2 weeks. I just set one for 3 puppies. And at least 2 weeks till I can get an appointment. So it's not like people are standing there, vets saying, I don't have enough to do. Everybody's really busy.
Okay.
Can I ask a random quick question on that? I'm sorry, I believe it was Sharon, right? I think you were talking earlier about the voucher systems. Do y'all bid, may be the wrong word, but do y'all go ask the vets, hey, what would it cost if we got vouchers and you can give us so many a month? And they'll say, we can do it at $50, $85 or whatever. Like, how does that process work on how do you get the most cost effective for everybody?
When we started the program, we came up with what we thought would be a fair price that the vets might accept, and they agreed.
Gotcha.
It's just a fraction of what their normal fee is. So we've actually we've not gone up the whole time we've been paying them the same thing. It's about time we need to start paying them a little bit more, but they accepted it. Every vet that we talked to accepted it because we have an excellent relationship with them. We pay our bills on time, which is very important. The shelter used to have their own OR suite, okay? They had a whole OR suite at the shelter. And they agreed to, we do have some that limit how many they will do a month, but we have several that will do almost an unlimited amount. So we're very fortunate. And we've had very good rapport and relationship with the vets that we use. We actually have a program in Menard with the vet there. The vet in Cristobal is part of our program here, and we could add more if we had more money.
Tommy, you had a question a little while ago.
Mary, you mentioned the public health standpoint of bites, both dogs and cats. Did you all gather any public health data with respect to any serious illnesses that have resulted from either dog or cat bites?
I did not, because I have enough of it in my office to document it. I have a case, and I've got all the paperwork where a dog had 3 bites, and every time was sent back to this owner until it got my client, the second one that went to Shannon Hospital, and he was there a week. The dog went back after that attack to that family. So, I mean, I know I didn't do a research. I have enough of it at my office, and I'm glad to share it with you.
So the answer to the question is we've got plenty of public health issues.
Absolutely.
Okay, and you can testify to that simply because of folks that have contacted you in your course and scope of your daily work.
Absolutely. And the other thing is these bills at Shannon aren't getting paid. You know, that's another public issue because there's no insurance. There's no requirement. This person that had 3 dog bites, the statute says he's got to have proof of homeowner's liability insurance. Well, that was never enforced, and he had no insurance. And my client had a week in the hospital and has been in wound care for 6 months. And I've got all that documentation I can share with you. I can get my client's permission. I'm sure he'll be happy for somebody to look at it.
Okay,
When you say go back, you mean from the shelter?
Yes.
Yes.
No, the dog was never taken in.
Okay.
It was at home. Well, I take that back. Yes, it was quarantined there were 3 times. So one of the times it was quarantined, but every time that dog went back to these owners, every time. And the shelter had the photographs from the second bite, which was gruesome, not nearly as bad as the 3rd bite. But this man was out of work. I mean, it was unbelievable to me that nothing was done to put this dog to enforce the statute where the dog could have been euthanized.
I know of a family that picked up 5 kittens, and they and their 3 children are having to take rabies series because one of the kittens died and they had it tested and the kitten had rabies.
Yep, we do.
We do. We'll move on to 2B, maintain open shelter intake, and we've already done that as far as for dogs. So we'll skip to item 3, original organizational improvements. Item A, elevate animal services to report directly to the city manager. I do understand the importance of that. I do understand that it just, it gives me personally the opportunity to manage that position until at some point that position can actually function at a level that is acceptable, not just acceptable, but at a high level. So I understand that I'm willing to actually take a look at that and say, yes, I don't have an issue with that. We're going through the process right now of selecting a new director for that position. And we've gone through the first phase, we're moving on to the second phase. But that is something that on my end, I really feel that I don't have an issue stepping in initially just to make sure that it functions the way it needs to be functioning. So I don't have a problem with that.
Good.
With that, we'll move on to 3B, hire a qualified animal services director to oversee operations, enforce law, and lead education and volunteer programs. And Mayor, looks like you have a comment on that.
Well, I think y'all know that everything goes from the top down, and you're going to have good leadership at that shelter to make the changes that are necessary. And to find somebody good, they're going to have experience and training and education in this job.
I agree, and that's exactly what we're looking for that position as well. Thank you for that. Moving on then to item 3C, reinstate the shelter's adoption functions. We already talked about that, including hiring an adoption coordinator and developing foster and volunteer initiatives. So we kind of jumped around, but we did cover that as well, though. So I think that there's a lot within your recommendations. I think they're all very strong recommendations, and there's a lot that can be done within each one of them, right? But that's why we kind of wanted to sit down. It was kind of a brief presentation. I think y'all covered a lot in the May meeting, but we wanted to make sure we sat down and got more input from y'all, some of your thoughts as well. Thank you for that. I think there was some really good discussion. I took a lot of notes on my end, but there's a lot that, if anything, I'd like to be able to go back to y'all as we start moving forward to the implementation part of it, and kind of sit down, and if y'all would afford me some time, from time to time when I call up and say, hey, can we sit down and talk? I'd love to be able to have that with y'all. Okay.
Yes, we're certainly willing to talk anytime, discuss this with you, and I think you can see is that we're after the things that we talked about, public safety. We're after trying to stay within a reasonable budget for the city to do it, but more importantly, to get these animals off the street, to be humane to them, and to take care of our constituents and people out here that we need to be protecting them from. The fact of looking at a doctor to come, a veterinarian to come inside, that's certainly something we'd all like to see, but that's also a big expense. And so we're trying to offer solutions, and yeah, we'd love for you to go hire one. But the other solution is the solution that we've offered also, so that we can look at that to stay reasonably within your budget and still get the job done. And so hopefully this will just give you all a little bit of an insight for you to make the decisions, and then come out with what you think the solutions that we've given you, the ones that you believe will work, and hopefully implement them so that we can get moving on this and get started on the plan.
Thank y'all so much. And I want to thank all of y'all as far as the task force. I know this wasn't easy for y'all. Y'all went through PIRs. Y'all went through so many different things, just to come. This is all thoroughly voluntarily on your part. And yet you had to go and jump through hoops and go through some of the things the staff has to go through as well. And it can be a pain, but y'all weathered it and came through it and gave us recommendations. So thank y'all so much for that. I sure do appreciate that.
And I think I'll speak on behalf of council here with Daniel. Y'all took on a task that a lot of people, it's a very difficult thing to do. It's not only an Angelo problem, it's a regional, it's a state, global, whole thing. Several cities across the nation deal with the same thing, but I think we all bring it back to a sense of reality of we want better practices. And we're going to make changes and improvements. We're also going to dedicate more resources that were unavailable before. So as we go forward and we look at what we're going to versus what we had, there's also a difference in what resources we provided both times, and that needs to be respected on both sides of that rainbow. All right, but with that, I can't thank y'all enough for what you've done. I appreciate your help. Thank y'all.
Can I ask one more question? And yes, thank you very much. Did y'all address or have any recommendations or opinions on the shelter itself, the building?
We could bulldoze it and build a good one.
Yeah.
Say it again?
We could bulldoze it and build another one.
We
That would be a great thing to do.
We did it, we walked through it, I'm sure all of y'all have walked through it. That kind of leads me back to, I wouldn't want one of my dogs in that shelter for 10 weeks. I probably wouldn't even want them there for 2 weeks, because dogs will go crazy in that environment. And that's somewhat the nature of the beast. It's always going to be barking and louting, but it is not a beautiful facility to go into. Walk into Paws and see a really beautiful facility.
We know it
Thank
needs
you.
to be done, but we also know your restrictions you have.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that'd be ideal, of course, but again, we do have to budget constraints.
In 3 days of budget discussions, we know.
Again, thank y'all so much. Y'all have a wonderful afternoon.
I've got a plan.
Thank y'all.
Yeah. Thank y'all. That's it. Mayor, that covers everything that we needed to cover for the workshop. Again, my deepest gratitude and appreciation to all the council members and the 3 days that y'all dedicated to this. We really do appreciate that. With that, Mayor, it's on to you.
I want to thank all the directors for watching every presentation. We're going to give an award for who was the most stoic in the background. I think that one will probably go to Veronica. But anyway, with all that done, thank y'all for being here for 3 days. See, you didn't even know. It was perfect. Thank y'all.